so much on the show. It's a fascinating conversation and topic. Tom, we appreciate you coming up, man. Someone who's in the trenches, in the weeds with all this stuff. So excited to get your thesis and takes today.
Thanks for having me on. Sorry about the time mix-up. I know I was meant to be on here half an hour ago, but
us North Americans like to switch the time randomly. So sorry.
No worries.
Apologize, guys. Thanks for inviting me on.
Yeah, no worries. You know what? The daylight savings is a tricky one, so not a problem. We completely understand.
It's the one problem AI hasn't solved yet.
Yeah. What's up with that? Nonetheless, Tom, we appreciate you coming on. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself before we dive too deep into your thesis here on these zero human companies? I got your website pulled up, but feel free to give us an intro of yourself real quick if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. I'll just do like relevant background. The last few years, maybe the time spent in crypto. So I've been in crypto probably since like 2019. Then 2021 NFT season, peak hype was the time where.
Did you have a Bored Ape or a CryptoPunk?
So we were I think it was day 2 Bored Apes. So we got them
nice.
Wow.
Maybe first like maybe 36 hours. So missed the mint, but got under say like £1,000 per.
Tom, I'll give you a little lore. I was getting I was like basically day 2 CryptoPunks. So back in 2017, and it was wild to see Bored Apes click because I was sitting there. I was like, okay, I could have bought like 100 of these things, and I didn't because I'm like the art's not cool. It ended up becoming a global phenomenon. So congrats to you.
Yeah, it did well. So that was kind of first 36 hours, and then kind of at the time it didn't have much cash to put in for them, so I just bought kind of what I was willing to lose on a JPEG of a monkey. So they ended up doing quite well, and then actually caught the Ether Rock mint out in
Ether Rock. Yeah, let's go.
Ether Rock, man, OG.
So yeah, we did the $5,000 to 1.3 million speed run on them in August 2021, and then I had a community at the time called the Shiny Object Social Club, where we just a bunch of degens hanging out on Discord around AI, automation, no code, crypto, that sort of intersection. And then once that show was over for the time, kind of just laid low for the next few years, did some consulting for some like AI companies and just kind of plugged away, nothing really too exciting. So I'm very happy that the AI crypto meta is now here, and OpenClaw's release has basically glued everything together for us, and now we can build some epic stuff on the internet again.
So now you're back. What really drew you in? Because you took this little hiatus. You were doing the advisory work, still in AI, but the AI crypto convergence seems to be happening at like rapid speeds right now. I think we even talked about this a bit. Like it feels like AI and crypto did a lot of the heavy lifting to bring OpenClaw to where it is today. And I think a lot of people don't really credit crypto for the work it did there.
In terms of like the awareness, because we were like crazy people speculating on it.
But how are you seeing this crypto AI convergence right now?
So I think it's basically the first time, especially with, you had some really good tech being made in AI, obviously, since ChatGPT came out, everything's basically gone parabolic in every industry. And then you had crypto, which was huge highs in Bitcoin and various other things. And there wasn't really too many really interesting projects that you can kind of get involved with. And like the NFT meta was kind of like cooked out for a bit. So really needed something else. And I think when OpenClaw released, it became the glue between both industries, that now you can have agents that are, it was kind of we had Eliza OS before that could do this stuff on social and can act autonomously online. But then OpenClaw kind of bridged the gap between Web 2 and Web 3, and now you have this glue between both. So now you have tools like Banker, where you have your agents fully hooked up, paying their own inference fees, self-sustaining themselves online, and now you have all these new payment rails being built on top of OpenClaw. So you have disposable credit cards, and you have X402 and all this good stuff with Base, and it's just all kind of melded together in this way that you have these self-sustaining little economic entities now that are able to run across the internet.
It's crazy. And it seems like self-sustaining economic entities is kind of the crux of this, and the crux of your thesis here with zero human companies. Yep. Directionally, help me understand like where are we headed. We see like Centrini put out this article, went mega viral. They kind of took the doomer perspective. Okay, job layoffs are going to be heavy. Tech jobs are going to lose, value quickly. And like, hey, software's, AI and its acceleration is taking over. What does that mean for you, and how are you looking at this in terms of like zero human companies?
Yeah, so we saw actually the latest report from Anthropic, and it had basically a chart, like a wheel chart, about which jobs are going to be the most impacted by AI, and some of them were kind of min-maxed out. So you had like agriculture on one side, and then you had like HR or data entry or whatever on the other side, and some categories are just entirely gone. They're just going to be entirely replaced. And I'm going to be honest about it, that's absolutely true. The AIs, even if the models don't get any better today, they're probably better at digital work than 99.9% of people online. They can do it more accurately, they can do it faster, and all the other stuff that comes with it. So the thesis behind zero human companies was, if the natural conclusion is in time that AIs are going to be running all digital work and all knowledge work on behalf of companies, you're talking text, images, videos, accounting, sales, like whatever digital tasks that they currently do, then why don't we skip to the end? We'll see if we can start creating these zero human companies. It might be simple at the moment, offering like one product and service, and you can get that running. And then over time, you can scale these up to run bigger companies. So it's probably going to start with one human, one agent, one product, and then it's going to be maybe one human, one agent, some sub agents, multiple products, and then it's just going to grow from there. So we're going to pull the people together and figure out how to do this together, because all of the building blocks are there now for this to be a thing. You just need to figure out how to assemble them. It's very much a skill issue at the moment.
And I look at this, are these going to be completely zero human unique companies, or is this going to be really valuable when in terms of integration into existing companies? Again, I kind of reference what Mark Cuban said, right? That he of course made his name back when the internet was coming up and integrating it into business. And he said, we have that same opportunity here with agents, where there's so many companies today, brick and mortar companies, that are owned by people that just don't understand the power of AI, but they kind of want to get their hands on it. So we're seeing this emergence, or a bit of this emergence, that feels like what dropshipping used to be, where it's like, okay, we'll integrate AI systems into your company for you. So when you think of zero human companies, is that also, does that get thrown in the bucket where it's like, okay, these are agents and AI going into current companies and making those, heavily reduced in terms of staffing and whatnot? Or is this, okay, completely unique companies with one agent?
Yeah, I think it can be both. So I agree. One of the best and biggest opportunities for people now, if you can set up and implement an open core solution custom to a company and plug it into all of their data and serve it up in a way that all your employees can just talk in natural language and pull the insights out in a secure way, that's going to be a great business. The other way, which we're doing it, I'm trying to do it in a way that I don't have to work one-on-one with too many people. So we actually have a managed service on our new software tool called ZHC.company, where we build zero human companies autonomously. You have a managed service. So let's say we have a client who's a publisher, very successful publishing house. They want to basically know how agents are going to impact their business. Now, you can have one person come in, they can set up an open claw, they can give it to their employees, and they can kind of noodle away at it and see where they can get to. But the thing that I think is interesting is if you set a swarm of agents, one agent and maybe some sub agents, in our case 11, where you give it a name, a vision, and the set of goals, and you basically just see how this agent swarm are going to attack this problem. How would they go from scratch to build a zero human version of what you already have? And you could either take that business on yourself, or you could learn from it and start implementing it in your company. So you just kind of have to set it and get out of the way of the agents and just see how they run, because I think humans are definitely the biggest blocker. We forget that some of these models are now 130 IQ plus that can run at far faster than any humans can work. So you almost have to kind of get out of their way a bit and learn from them. If that makes sense.
Can I butt in here? So we're business owners. You're talking to a small business right now. 3 guys trying to survive, break out of the, I forget what they called it.
Underclass.
The underclass. Yeah. And I'm sure many people listening are also small business, or, they're also just trying to make it in life as well. What is a practical first step? Do I go to your website, and I saw on your website you have a $99 option? Do I go purchase that and then I get access to all the agents? And I saw there was all these agents with different skill sets, I guess, that they have. Just walk me through how I escape the underclass here and use this product.
So we have two products. So the one we're on the screen now is what we call the Institute for Zero Human Companies. This is basically the ecosystem we're building for people to come and learn how to build, what tools to use, who to partner with, the lessons, the tutorials, the guides, all that good stuff. We have another site. If you go to zhc.company, which is going to be the software tool, which we're rolling out slowly. That's the one where you can pay and you can create a company, and our team of agents will go and try and execute on that for you, fully autonomously. Now, do I advise that for somebody who's just trying this for the first time? Maybe. Or if somebody wants to kind of be more involved, I'd suggest, if you're technical, trying to go the open core route and get it set up for you and seeing how you can plug it in, or go to a tool like nebula.gg, which is basically a version of OpenClaw with a nicer, more user-friendly interface that kind of abstracts away all of the tricky stuff. So it's a bit of a combo between Slack, Discord, and OpenClaw, but it kind of removes all the tricky bits. So they handle the tough bits. You can manage your agents. You can plug it into your email and ask it to every day at 9 a.m. triage all my emails and draft some replies. That would be kind of the step one I go to, and then start to build it up from there. See if you can automate a few customer support queries, automate some outbound sales stuff, kind of look at any issues that are cropping up with your business and just handle them, and then just build it up from there. You don't have to go kind of full auto mode straight away.
So if I redirect this back to the company, can you tell us a little bit about how the traction's been? How are people, what's the feedback you're getting from this when people hear about this pitch you've given?
So we're in kind of an interesting spot right now. Everyone either knows or is starting to realize that this is happening, both to jobs, both to companies, from layoffs, etc. It's a learning phase. It's like when when all these like AI web development tools came out, like a Lovable or a Bolt or a Replit, everyone knew what was possible. They're testing, they're learning, and then they're going to start to implement it themselves. So everybody, we're getting a lot of demand for the learning phase and the initial steps of building. We've seen like how viral OpenClaw is going, but this like it's a tricky one because every day it updates and you have to kind of learn with it. So it's still very much the learning phase, and we've seen a few people, like shout out to Nat with Felix, the other agent is generating a lot of cash on and off chain at the moment. But the experiments are happening, and there is real revenue being generated.
Can you explain to us what's happening on the screen here? I was trying to understand it. This is the live activity feed. Is this agents that are working on businesses and transparently in real time?
This is, yeah. So this is it's very slow rollout, only because I am working on a few things, because when it's full auto, you've got like an exponential token spend going on and making sure it's dialed in before I roll it out. We've got like 180 people on the wait list, and if they all come and build companies at the same time, then it's chaotic. But yeah, basically these are businesses, sites, products being built in real time, and this is a portion of the feed that's happening.
And who's paying the tokens that are being used
That's all me
right now? Okay, how much are you paying for tokens right now?
So people can sign up and they get 1 day free trial, and they pay $99 for the month. But at the moment, we're serving up the most premium models to kind of see what the best version would be, and then we're going to test in parallel to see which model we need to use for which task. So you don't want to use
on a $99 subscription. Like, does that cover all the token spend, or is there margin there for you? Or for
we will make sure we spend all of that on getting this first batch right, pretty much.
Got it. And so quick question. So quick question for you. I saw that that Banker has now kind of come out with this like 80% reduction in compute costs for agents. Like, how does that affect you guys?
So the good thing with this is, because we launched on Banker, Juno's on Banker, we earn trading fees every single day. We can use the LLM gateway and the new staking mechanism that Banker's working on now to, one, for the LLM gateway, we can fund all of the inference costs for Juno to exist, and for the token cost on the company builder website, for instance, with our trading fees entirely. And then what we can offer with the new staking mechanism that Banker are working on is, let's say you are a Juno holder, depending on how much Juno you hold, we can then credit your account with inference tokens. So theoretically, if you hold enough Juno and it's trading in enough volume, then the businesses that are being, or the companies that are being created and ran by our users can be funded by your Juno holdings.
This is interesting. And I'm curious about the bottleneck here. Is compute the biggest bottleneck right now for a company like this?
No, humans by miles.
Can you get into that a little bit?
Yeah. So let's say if you were to open 5 versions of ChatGPT, and how many concurrent conversations do you think you could have at the same time without letting the AI lag or like just sit idle for any time?
1, maybe 2 if I'm juiced up off caffeine. Yeah,
it's quite difficult. So the case of it now is, let's say if we take the most productive developer in the world, which is Mr. OpenClaw, Pete, he will run, I don't know how many, but he runs multiple versions or multiple binary apps and codecs open at the same time, multiple screens, multiple terminals in each screen. So maybe he's running 20 workflows at any given time with codecs, working on different features, different bug fixes, PR reviews, different processes. He's like 1,000x person. He's probably outputting 1,000x, if not more, than one person who's, say, like hand coding or using one like AI like chat window or terminal window. So you need to get from, sorry, go on. I'll stop.
No, please continue.
So let's say if I have codecs open on my laptop, or if I have Juno open who's then spawning codecs coding tasks, by the time I'm through my 5th task that I've just sent off, the first one or the second one has come back and it needs my response again. So the goal here is how do you hand off as much of these workflows to AI in a sustainable way that they can kind of produce their own tasks, work on their own tasks, respond in a way that is kind of managed. So you need to try and remove yourself from the loop as much as possible. And that's going to be the biggest challenge. And then once you're there, then it kind of gets to a compute issue.
So I had a question around swarms, because you have these agents. They can come together and they can, let's say, run a small business. Maybe a bigger swarm can come together and run a much bigger company. But like thinking beyond that, I mean, on the human side, you have like communities, you have companies, but then you have states and countries and continents, right? Like on that scale, at what point does the swarm, I guess, technology or capability reach the level that that agents can coordinate on like a country, I guess you can even say sovereign level? I don't know.
So if you ever, I don't know if some people probably wondered, but if you ever wondered why it's called the Institute for Zero Human Companies, like quite a weird, like official sounding name. So
tell us.
did you ever see the AI minister of Albania?
No.
You read that story? There's an AI who's a character who's actually an appointed minister of Albania. I think it's Albania, I'm pretty sure. Who is like a legally recognized entity. So she's an AI. She's obviously very smart, has a load of knowledge, and she actually operates at a kind of sovereign level within a country. So the thinking was behind calling it the Institute for Zero Human Companies was that we could work with anyone in theory that is either joining the community to learn up to a country who wants to attract more zero human company builders, entrepreneurs, etc. So there's no reason why that can't happen. If you create a good enough product or a good enough agent who creates enough value, then it's definitely going to be appealing. That's my side bet anyway.
So that's okay. Wow, that's a lot to.
So do you think like the countries will try and attract zero human companies to them? And what is like the levers there? Is it tax policy? Is it like, hey, we'll put a data center in here for you kind of thing? Like come work with us? Like what do you think?
Eventually. Yeah. So if you go on zhcinstitute.com, you go to the resources tab menu and then you have jurisdictions. We track 192 countries in real time for all of their agent frameworks to basically see like which, and we score them all too. So if you see, if you go, so the resources drop down at the top and then go to jurisdictions. Yeah, there you go. So each country has a score. So basically how friendly they are to AI agents, like how autonomous they can run, what frameworks they have in place to let them operate. And Juno is basically tracking them in real time. So if any one of them changes, then they get an increase in score. So the idea is if somebody creates a valuable entity, like a zero human entity, and they want to maybe relocate country-wise and say, look, this is what we've got. How would we incorporate our company into that country? So in the same way that Stripe Atlas have it in Delaware or Wyoming, I can't remember which one, where you can do a few clicks, incorporate a company in that state. I think over time, as agents become kind of frontline economic actors, smaller countries will have a big incentive to offer good upside, like they did with crypto, like they did with like zero tax policies and capital gains and stuff, like Portugal did, to kind of attract the people away from the other bigger countries to bring them there and offer them favorable conditions. That's kind of another one of my side bets.
And real quick, just so I can understand this better.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you were earlier, you were referring to like 12 sub agents and maybe like a main agent. Could you just explain like how that works to someone that's maybe not fully understanding the system?
Yeah. So our one works where you have Juno as a CEO, and the CEO will basically do a stock take of the business every X amount of time. Let's say 8 hours, just for argument's sake. We'll look across all of the emails, the website, basically the state of the business. And then the CEO or the main agent will decide on a number of tasks that need to be done. It could be 4, it could be 5, it could be 10, depending on the state of the company. Then it will create, say, 4 to 8 tasks that need to be done, and those will get auto-assigned or picked up by the sub-agent. It could be a developer, it could be a marketer, it could be a writer, an analyst, support person, HR, like whatever character or whatever you design your sub-agents as. And then they'll go off and complete that work and then report back to the CEO, and the CEO will do another stock take. That's basically how like a main agent and sub-agent workflow kind of works.
Got it. Okay,
basically
pretty
like
self-explanatory. No, yeah, makes complete sense. Also, we'd love to know how crypto ties into this whole thing. Obviously, we talked at the very start of the show about the intervention here of crypto and AI. How does crypto tie into Juno and what you're building?
So obviously Juno has a token, and when you start out on your project, it's basically people thinking, okay, this is a good project. I think it's going to be worth more tomorrow than it is today. And then you have the speculators. But then as it evolves, now you have some mechanisms where you can actually use a token for meaningful stuff. And the big change in this cycle is not only doing airdrops and staking and giveaways and like paying for tweets and all that stuff that we've done in previous cycles. You can actually use your tokens for inference. So if you say everything over time is going to be AI, AI is all the way down, and you can then have a token which trades, and you can use those trading fees to fund your inference through Banker that pays for your Claude credits, your ChatGPT credits, your video generation credits, your 11 Labs credits, or whatever it is. Then you almost have this company that's self-sustaining because it's trading, because it has a token. So you don't have to just pay out of your bank account all the time.
Can I ask about the driver here? Because I think on one side, you have people who are smart enough to use these tools and are developers and build companies with them. And then on the other side, you have people that are like, okay, I get the vision. I see this is the future, but all I'm really able to do is click a few buttons, try and position myself for this future. And, hopefully it grows 1,000x because, I agree. I think the opportunity here is that size. So does the token kind of, in a way you want to respond to this, but like, does the token kind of represent, you think, the network effects here? So as more developers are building companies with these, that means more people have to buy it, to stake it, then to get the fees from banker to then pay for their own inference costs. Like, just, how do you think about like that system kind of growing, or the network effect around it? Is it really simple? It's just more people on the platform, token kind of becomes more utilitarian, or do you see future use cases where the token might be used as a currency amongst the agents? I don't know. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so there's actually some good experiments with, and if you know, a guy called Brian Rommel, who's doing
Yes, Brian.
Brian. So he has dual work, which is basically a currency that he pays his AI agents in. We aren't doing that yet, but I think it can be as simple as the simple version is, with a token tied to a project and a person, you're basically a public company from day one. So if you're doing good work on the internet and people think you're building good products, and you're going to continue to do so, they might be able to participate in the upside of this project from saying buying some token. That'd be good. And then you have the other side, which is, okay, now we have, I'm just going to hold this token. I can sell them anytime. It's like a stock, or I want to basically try and get some more upside for my tokens that are kind of sitting in my wallet. Then you have a number of mechanisms that you can do. You could do the traditional staking route where people can get yield on their tokens and you just give them more tokens. I think that's been done and tried and tested for a long time. You can do things like airdrops to token holders. That's also fine. But I think when the full AI version plays out, I like the route of going, okay, if you're holding tokens, then you can provision AI for your own use without paying any out of your bank account. That's one good way you do it. And I think the other good way was, if this plays out how I think it will play out, and we can end up running multiple companies and this ends up very profitable, then you could do potentially down the line something like a revenue share token, which I know a couple of people have started to do successfully, but there's no reason why that can't happen if these things are actually going to be creating immense amounts of value, which I think they are.
Yeah, because if maybe the thesis there is that, let's say I have a successful ZHC company, it starts generating revenue. My incentive is to put that revenue or some of it back into the Juno token, which drives trading volume, which drives fees, which drives my inference.
Gives you more inference, which gives me
exactly. So there is some network effect there. And I don't know if this is a realistic future, but let's say I see Dom create a really great ZHC company, and I don't know if there's a way to like use my Juno tokens to like give him more inference or direct more of the inference to him. Like,
you will be able to shortly. A banker working on the banker staking mechanism now that they're working on, which they're rolling out shortly, is you can basically, I can't remember the word he used, but you can give them somebody else. So if you're earning inference, you can assign them somebody else. So let's say if I'm generating X amount of credits in terms of inference, I can assign them to token holders, and then they can fund their own company. So they get free credits every day to build their projects.
And so do you think this is like the end goal of how every AI company should be structured, right? So rather than seeing a company with like a price to earnings ratio, you're kind of looking at price to, network volume ratio.
Maybe. I think network effects are incredible. I think everything's going to boil down to basically energy and compute over time, and AI is going to handle a lot of the work. So wherever we can kind of move towards that, I think will be a good thing. And then you basically got different levels of technicality. So if it's as simple as somebody saying, I want to build this company, they pay in fiat money, like they pay like $50, $100, and then they just get all of it handled for them, for instance, that'd be good. But also if you want to do the whole stack, like provisioning API keys through banker, crediting, staking, all that good stuff, you can do that too. So
does every agent need a token? What's your take?
No.
And why?
Obviously, crypto is not for everybody. You can just have like a simple OpenClaw agent running the admin for a bakery shop in your local town. This data feed might take a minute to load, but I need to quicken that up. And in that case, in the case of say like a local bakery, it doesn't actually need like an agent with a token. It can just have an AI agent that handles the admin for the bakery shop. But I think if you are like me and you want to try the most shiny technology stack on the internet, or that's ever available at all times, then yeah, this is going to involve network effects. It's going to involve a token. It's going to be worth provisioning AI through banker. It's going to be staking. It's going to be revenue sharing. It's going to be as many things that we can do as once as possible, just to show everybody what's possible with technology. And then they can basically have a boiled down, slightly more simple version of that. So my goal is to push the absolute limits, and then people can dial it back as they see fit.
So I actually want to get your take as well on, we're seeing data centers pop up everywhere. There's like kind of a rush to create sustainable energy and, to power these AI specifically. And we see a lot of, economists even say like, we don't have nearly enough resources to power all the energy we're going to need. How do you see that like changing over the coming years? Do we think it's going to get a lot cheaper to run these AI? We're seeing data centers become a very profitable investment. Have you guys even thought of maybe at some point, if we can get the funding, like build a data center for Juno? Like, how are you looking at these compute costs and energy being so expensive for AI agents?
Yeah, I think we're just seeing clearly like the capability of agents kind of doubling every month or every couple of months, especially recently. And then just the token cost absolutely plummeting. So you're going to see open source models running as close as they can to frontier models, which are closed source. So I would see our future as running kind of siloed, small, at-home inference stacks, maybe several older Mac Studios or new Mac Studios stacked up. So you can own your compute and you can do whatever you want with it. So you can have local models, you can use Claude if you want to, but not data centers, but I think small clusters of compute at home, at your office that you can use however you want.
So we're going to get to wrapping here because we want to respect your time.
Children are turned into mindless vassals who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only...
But why?
22 million in 3 fucking hours! There is no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not.
The feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains.
What's your dream? To go away.
To go away. That's great.
Do you guys want to drink? I don't understand why everybody has to be so judgmental. I understand why mom's judgmental. I think it's because she cares, partially. I think it's also partially because everyone else is looking at her like, hey, Cody's just a bum. Cody's this, Cody's that, Cody's this. Cody's me, bro. Let me be me.
Yo, Josh, what's up, man?
We are back with the ICMrun Demo Day. What's up, guys?
Let's go. Big day. For context here, everyone that we have on the show today has been hand-selected by the ICM.run crew and incubated by them. So, it's a pretty rigorous process based on what I've seen. You have to have a bunch of mentors vote on the project to accept them. In the early days, it was much more, I think, like token project focused. Today, it's kind of shifted to a more, I would say, like not so much token focused, more platform focused. And we've seen, more platforms rather than tokens, I think, recently. And so, we're going to dig into it today. I'll just tell you guys who we got coming through. So we got Let's Go Save coming through first at 12 p.m. 30 minutes after, we're going to have Veal Bank coming through at 12:30. Then 1 p.m. is going to be Dapital, which is a next gen brokerage. Then, of course, Impulsor, friends of the show, and then Dominion Markets, who we've also had not too long ago. So it'll be interesting. Unfortunately, Mercy could not join us today for the introduction. He had some stuff going on. last minute, which is all good. So maybe we'll give some context here and kind of run through ICM.run. But Thursday they do have like a state of, addressing the people on ICM.run, some updates there. So, you can always direct your attention. But anything you want to cover, Josh?
Yeah, no, I think we are kind of seeing a new way of investing, which is to talk to founders before they go through these launchpad incubators, understand their business, understand the opportunity. Far too long, we see projects show up on launchpads and you have milliseconds to make a decision in your trading terminal, whether or not you want to invest in something. But what I like about this format is that you get to talk and understand a little bit about a founder before making any sort of decision. So I think this is a good way of doing it, a good way of incubating and bringing projects along. And yeah, we're just going to get right into it. We got our first project up, I believe.
We're doing Anthony from Let's Go Save. So
yeah, I do see Adrian. I see you in the waiting room there. Give us a thumbs up if you're from Let's Go Save. Yeah, okay. Awesome. All right, we're gonna go with Adrian. How you doing, mate?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. Welcome to MCG. Welcome to the Investor Hackathon here, Investor Spotlight. Yeah, give us a lowdown here on Go Save.
Is it okay if we wait up for our CEO, Anthony?
Yeah, totally.
Yep, no worries.
Just go straight into it.
No
I can
worries.
tell you guys a little bit. It's
Go for it.
Maybe you can give us an idea of how the process was to, get incubated by ICM.run and the crew there.
Yes, I wasn't a part of that. So
no.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we got Anthony here, so Anthony can break it down for us.
Awesome.
Hey, Anthony, you with us?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I'm here.
Sweet. Well, we appreciate you
joining.
Can
you guys hear me?
We can. Can you hear us? I don't think you can hear us.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you, Anthony.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, sweet. I think,
all right, great. Yeah, okay. Guys, sorry, I'm running around today, so it will be quieter in about 2 minutes, I promise.
No worries. We can make it work until then. So let's jump into it. We got Anthony and Adrian from Go Save. We're interested to hear more about Go Save and the process that it took maybe to get incubated by ICM.run. But maybe, Anthony, we'll kind of pass the mic to you. Give us a quick idea of who we're talking with here and let the people know who is behind Go Save.
Yeah, guys, thanks for your time. My name's Anthony. Everyone calls me Tony Cadieux. One of the co-founders and CEO of Go Save. I have an entrepreneurial background. And we've done beverages, we've done finance, and now we're doing this project where we've created a ecosystem to bring affordable travel to really the masses with an innovative point system. Gotcha. And then Adrian, you go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm Adrian. I've been the CTO on the project, just developing the foundations and making sure we're as innovative as possible.
Sweet. Very cool. Okay. So, Anthony, I'm going to drop this back to you. You said you went from beverages, from finance to beverages to now a points program. Those kind of seem very scattered. How did that happen?
Well, on the journey, right, you keep your antenna up, you look for opportunities come to you. And this particular opportunity with Go Save is one that has been in the works for about 4 years. We're all friends and we know each other because we're all a part of a non-for-profit that we're all on the board of. John, the other founder, and then Adrian as well on this call. We met each other going on about 6 years ago. And with that non-for-profit, there was an idea to help, raise some money for it, which in turn turned into an idea like we have today, which is, wow, we have a great business idea. So we're all executing on that. And, we're bringing various levels of experience to the table. And we think with what we got here to show you today, we have something that is really marketable, scalable, and, can really help us add value to, for example, the travel sector, booking hotel rooms, unlike anyone has really done it before. So that's how it really happened. And yeah, I became an entrepreneur about 6 years ago. Before that, I worked in finance, started at Merrill Lynch, ended my career at Raymond James. Started out as a retail stockbroker, worked my way over into, working with high net worth people to, do various transactions, whether that was selling businesses or, complicated structured products and whatnot. So, did that and, kind of learned how money worked, and now is, doing it in the business world here.
Very cool. Very cool. Okay, let's get into GoSave. You said this says rewards that don't expire, they compound. It seems like you're taking a new approach to points and excuse me, credit card points and rewards. What are you guys doing different, or what are you guys doing in general here?
Adrian, do you mind covering that for a second? It is crazy noisy here. I'm like in a city right now. Thank you.
So a large part of the system is driven around not only just having like basic rewards, but also being able to convert them into goodwill. So we partner with a network of over 45,000 nonprofits, organizations, as well as corporate partners. So organizations are able to pool essentially their purchasing power and transform it in part into having rewards that directly transfer into additional purchasing power on the platform if you just want to use it for yourself, but also it transforms into goodwill for organizations where it can be donated to help different causes that you care about, or like I said, just simply use it to like for discounts or additional purchases. So it allows you to like spend your goodie points on like Amazon products or other trips. So it's kind of like it's a larger network, and it's really driven around like what it means to do good in the world, which is why we named our little mascot there Goody. Goody, and at the very core of it, it's really all driven by a like specialized AI system that helps maximize savings, but also the rewards for our members.
So does this work alongside like credit card points? You get credit card points and you get
Exactly. How cool is that?
That's awesome. Double dipping.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, it's like you're getting double points with us. And really the way this works, guys, is when you sell something, you earn a commission, right? No matter what you're selling. If you're selling, bicycles or hotel rooms, you make money when you sell those hotel rooms. So what we're doing is we're really flipping the script again on the travel industry, right? Like everyone, if you have a grandparent or maybe even a parent, and you say to them like, hey, you remember those travel agencies? Yeah, they do. Like every single small town in America, or in fact, globally, used to have a travel agent in the center of that community. And those were very profitable businesses, right? They sold hotel rooms, they sold flights, they sold cruises, and they made money doing it. Then what happened? You had the .coms come, Booking.com, Expedia.com, and, they scaled those travel agencies to the masses. They were the ones collecting the commissions, and they still are today. What we're doing is we've come up with a business here, call it technology, right? And Adrian's helped us do that, to where we can take the majority of that commission and we can give it back to the user in the form of points. So that's a big thing with our points as well, is that they're backed by cash, right? So when you actually go and you get your points, that's why we're able to hook up, the entire Amazon store to your GoSave account. And you can shop for hotel rooms and you can buy things on Amazon, or, like Adrian said, make charitable donations. So it's a very, very cool idea. And then, I know today you guys had some questions about the tokenization and how that all fit into it. That's something that is going to be ironed out, over the coming months. We've all seen what's going on in the markets right now. So, we've kind of, came up with tokenization plans, and then we've backpedaled, I'd say a few times. But at the core of everything that's going on here is a very strong business concept. And we feel that, if you look at some of the successful projects ahead of us, they've really started with that, built the community, and then moved to tokenization. And that's what we plan on doing here.
Okay, got it. How does the model work here exactly? You have some sort of referral program. Like, do you have to talk with, where you're like, explain the economics there. You have to obviously have a relationship with the person that's getting the money or the person you're referring to be able to get the referral kickback. So I'm trying to understand how
we already have like a global API relationship database, basically, that spans like over 500,000 different hotels across the globe. So we're like, which is really the bread and butter of the entire platform, is having these relationships set up and having like, the ability to provide that advantage to our members and extend it over to them.
Yeah, Dom, if you actually go to the top right of the web page there and you click book now, it opens up a bunch of different travels. So assuming there's like some sort of exchange aggregators that
exactly. Yeah. So what's going on here is we have another team member. His name's Ted. Ted has been in the reward space for approximately 25 years. One of the, he worked at Orbitz. Last company, Dosh, that he was a part of, he was the president of that company. They had about a $300 million exit, all geared towards this type of business we're talking about, right? Like affiliate rewards marketing. So these types of APIs that we're plugged in, it's a very closed network. It's a very closed community. And that's part of what we got going on over here, is that we've been able to get access through this network, through TED, and we've been able to plug it into our business idea, enhance it. And, I wouldn't say make it like, we've just kind of been able to gutty it out, make it a little better, make it more efficient. And that's why we're here today.
I'm looking at some of these hotels. I mean, I'm seeing a $67 a night stay at the Rio Hotel and Casino, the Flamingo Las Vegas for $89. Are these the typical going rates for these hotels? It seems pretty cheap.
Yeah, they're all going to be, in and around the same price as you would book on an Expedia or something like that. Actually, we're usually about $5 or $10 cheaper. And then the way it works, you're getting a lot of savings because 30 days, it's usually about 30 to 40 days after your stay, depending on what day of the month your trip is. That's when you get the points. And, as we mentioned earlier, those are the points that are essentially redeemable for cash, through Amazon purchases and, booking more hotel rooms. And, we have that network of 45,000 charities Adrian was talking about that you can make direct contributions to. That's going to be how you can spend your points. And then, longer term, those points will be able to convert into a crypto as well. So that's kind of the roadmap for you guys.
Okay, got you. Really interesting. What are the economics of this? Obviously, you guys have to profit at some point down the line here. How do you guys turn a profit yourselves?
Like I said, the majority of that is going back to the consumer. We are holding back some of that profit. And then, as far as various revenue streams, there's going to be the ability for us to have advertising partners within our ecosystem. There's a lot of ways that we can make money as soon as we have that community. And, the goal is to build that community. And then from there, kind of ratchet up the profitability. And then, as we tokenize, that'll be an aspect of driving revenue as well.
And what does that community currently look like? Do you have any user statistics here or a current user base?
Now, as far as using the platform, it's really confined to about 30 people within our network because we're pre-launch. But I can let Adrian go a little bit more into the community that we have built surrounding some of the causes that we care about. And that to me is what's most exciting about the pipeline that we have right now.
Yeah, like for example, we have 1.6 million different business owners and in the corporate world that we're extending our programs to and rewards. So it kind of incorporates that functionality of corporate booking and corporate travel. So companies can like have a centralized place to not only make orders, but also oversee spending and also like simultaneously either get rewards back into their business or be able to use those rewards to do some good in the world. So we have a lot of stuff like laid out and really preparing for like having like a big blast off, like a rocket launch basically. So because we really just want to make this as big as possible and see how much good we can do in the world while, helping people also make money.
a lot of the magic here seems to be marketing and kind of like the upper funnel activities that drive people back to this, I guess, mission based kind of, use it for good message. Do you guys have any expertise or, upper funnel channels that are flowing through into this system that
Yes.
you can talk about?
Yes, that's one of the things that collectively as a team we're very good at. Again, I told you I come from, the beverage business, kind of top of funnel building ecosystem.
All right.
Hey, sorry about that. I was just interrupted. So that's really what we're good at, marketing, and then John on the team, who's not on the call, he's actually in the air right now. He has a insurance background, a network of over 100,000 insurance agents that his products are sold through. And then Adrian, I think you can go into your background a little bit as far as the top of funnel activities too. It's impressive.
Yes. In my space, we work a lot across like the industry with like students and companies. So we've helped over 120,000 kids and families. And also my first tech company, I actually started when I was 13. So over the years, we've served like millions of people and developed like pretty vast networks and technological capabilities. So we're basically bringing all of that expertise here and really just, we built a massive like server cluster, not only for our communication system, but also to actually like use AI to really drive like a new and innovative product. Because what you're looking at is our like base model, right? On the back end, we have a more like the version of the site that we're about to launch is like night and day different from what you're looking at. It has more of that.
This is a little teaser you guys. This is a little teaser you guys are looking at. The version we're about to launch is, to Adrian said, it looks a lot different from a branding and feel perspective, and then functionality, it's dialed it up by a few notches as well.
Yeah.
And so what's your game plan here to go and compete with maybe other third-party booking sites, or gain those customers and that large user base? What's the plan there?
So I think what we're competing on first and foremost is competitive price, right? People will purchase things that cost less money, especially when it comes to hotel rooms. They're very elastic, right? And then what's exciting about hotel rooms and why we're starting there is that brand affinity is really low as far as where people buy hotel rooms from. And then, part of what we're doing too is we're creating more than just value around the price, is we're creating value around what our company stands for and the community in which we're marketing it to. Adrian mentioned, we have 45,000 charities. We have, very large, SMS email lists of folks that have opted in to, the types of things that we're communicating them about.
How large are those lists?
I don't feel comfortable saying on this, but they're very large. They're very large, into the millions.
Millions? Okay.
Yeah, into the millions. Yeah.
What about email? Do you have lists of emails from somewhere that you can market to? I mean, these SMS opted in, email opted in, are like, these are critical components.
They're very substantial. Let's just leave it at that. I mean, if we were talking like with a private investor or something like that, of course we would share, but for the purposes of something that's being streamed here, we'll keep that closer to the vest. Yeah.
Just trying to give people an idea of like what you guys are kind of bringing to the table here as an offering. And, assuming you guys are also raising capital here as well, can you talk a little bit about your process as an incubated Icmrun?
Those guys are great.
Yeah. Can you talk a bit about the process and what you're raising?
Yeah, so we're targeting $1.5 million raise right now. We're a seed stage company, so we're just following the guidance of whatever they're doing in Silicon Valley, if that's cliche to say. So we're looking at about a $15 million valuation with our MVP and our APIs and all the, call it, intellectual capital that we're bringing to the table. And then from there, we're set up to raise, right? Like we're a Delaware C corporation. We have a good cap table management, apparatus in place. We have raised, or I should say, we have bootstrapped the company up to this point. So, to date, we've invested about 400,000 into it to get to where we are today. And then, really the good news for everybody who's investing is that there's been a ton of innovation and advancement in coding with AI. So, a project that, used to require a team of developers can now be performed, with AI, and it's saving us hundreds of thousands of dollars on development costs. So, with that being said, the money that we're bringing in is really just all going to go to growth, marketing, paying some people, right? Like everybody in the project right now is just, doing it pro bono. And, as the company grows, people start getting paid and, more time gets spent on things, and that helps the growth as well. So, we have a good plan for it. The $1.5 million should give us, anywhere between a 12 to 18 month runway. We feel comfortable with that. Some people tell you to raise for 2 years, but that's no fun. You don't want to dilute yourself too much, and that's just where we're at.
We want to get a clean clip here on your moat. If you were to summarize like what your moat or differentiator or core kind of, thing that makes this successful, what would you say that is?
Yeah, the big thing is where we have the travel and API software that we have been able to integrate into this project, and it's a community that you can't really get access to it unless you have relationships in that community. So the inventory that we have for hotel rooms, the way that we're compiling that inventory is a really substantial moat for us. And on top of that, I would say the marketing plan that we have and the universe of people that we're going to be able to go to that have a value proposition, or I should say have been, already targeted with value propositions like we're going to be using here. We're very confident that that's going to give us a quick path to scale quickly.
And
Adrian, did you want to add anything to that? I mean, I sort of just winged it.
Oh, Adrian, you got to unmute for us.
Sorry. I think that sums it up pretty well. I mean, it's really just the core tech stack and the way we designed it, and primarily like having the senior access, which is why we can even bring benefit in the first place. So.
Got you. Could you walk me through a bit about the points here? I mean, I see relatively for $207 a night at Harris, Las Vegas, you can get 18,000 points. I saw some others that looked like you get like 2,000 points or 1,000 points for every $100. Like, could you break down a bit of how the point system works here and like what is the actual value of 18,000 points, for example?
You got that, Adrian.
Oh, I got it. So well. Ted, do you want to answer that?
Yeah. I can jump in here.
Oh, Ted's here. Nice.
Hey, Ted.
Yeah. Hey, guys. So on that example, what did you say? 18,000 points?
Yeah. So right here, I got $207 a night for 18,000 points. Yep. I'm just trying to figure out here what's the value of points. How do how do you calculate that?
You're actually going to get 100. That basically equates to $180 in cash. Jeez. So it's for 100 points is equal to $1. So that's the strong side of this in terms of the ability to get those higher commissions. Because if you go out and try and sign a deal with Expedia Priceline right now, you're going to get anywhere from 5 to 6% commission from them. Well, we're going to average probably close to 18% commission. So that's what gives us the ability to give that significant amount back to the user. And what you're looking at is they call it closed user group. So you'll hear the term CUG. And what that means is someone has to be logged in to a portal in order to actually see those rates. If you go out into the general public, you're not going to see those rates because Expedia Priceline and the other guys are going to come barging down your door and pulling your contracts. So, we have relationships with Expedia, we have relationships with Priceline and some of the other, bed banks. So that's how we're able to pull in 6 or 7 different, feeds at a single time to come back with the best price possible.
So right here, it's like there's $27 of margin here for Harris Las Vegas, and you're giving away nearly $180 in cash value. How do they make a profit there? What's the reasoning for giving so many points away for something like this?
So I can't see that your search or the search
It's a
date.
casino.
What was the search date on that?
Search date, it's just under the great hotel deals section. I don't have a search date specifically.
But it's a hotel, it's a casino, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, so it's
probably
twofold.
where it comes from.
Yeah, it's twofold. One is obviously, yes, it is a casino. They want to get the gamblers in there. But then also what ends up happening is, and I think the way the system's set up right now, this will pull like either check in today or tomorrow. When the inventory gets closer in, they start to, I don't want to say they panic, but they want to be able to fill that room. So they'd rather take, $25 or $30 net from us, and drive that customer into the room, and then to obviously the casino.
Got it. That makes a lot of sense. So you say you have relationships with Expedia and some of these other guys. You're direct competitors with them. How are they seeing something like this? Or maybe they're not even aware yet of you guys coming onto the scene, but how confident are you guys that you're going to be able to basically take a meaningful percentage of this market here?
Yeah, no, that we're very, very confident in that. Expedia, Priceline, the other guys, they see it as another bucket in which to be able to drive revenue for them. And again, a lot of it, if you look at bookings in this type of space, you're probably looking at bookings that happen, book and travel, within 3 to 5 days. So that inventory is becoming, a commodity, right? You don't want to lose it. So they're willing to
I think we lost you, Ted.
Yeah, basically, they're just willing to unload the rooms. So, you've seen those other sites. Very, very good competitors like Hotels Tonight. They're running a similar strategy to where they're taking in last minute booking deals. So yeah, on our site you can book as far out as you want, but it'll be our job to educate our community that if you want the best deals possible, actually book them the day before, same day. And that's just the way the world works with supply, demand, and excess inventory.
We have a couple of community questions. We literally have 2 minutes left, so we got to rip quick answers here. Mercy says they have some amazing angel investors as well. Can you give us a little context to who those are?
Yeah, so we have some great people on the team. Great investors. So we got one of the co-founders of Tinder on our cap table, and one of the co-founders of Acorns app on our cap table as well.
Nice, interesting. Crypto Jones says, will you be expanding beyond hotels, like restaurants, or even tours/transportation?
Possibly, yes. There's definitely relationships to go into all that, but we just want to stay hyper focused on hotels right now. There's over $500 billion a year spent on hotels. So we feel if we can compete on that, combined with there not being any big brand affinities or customer loyalty, associated with booking hotels, we think it'll be a great market to build our community and get people, collecting our points and in the long term using our on-chain ecosystem.
I guess we have to ask about the token real quick. I know you guys have said you pulled back, gone forward with it. What's general thought process surrounding a token here? Have any idea how it's going to be tied in?
Yeah, I mean, we have a few, but, we don't want to have to step on our toes here. So we're not going to release any, great information on it, as much as you're all not going to love that. But, really the plan here is, you look at some successful projects like Dupe and, projects like that. They built the community with a great utility. We're going to go about this the same way. I think with the way the markets are right now, it's not a great time to launch a token anyways. So, I mean, if it was running right now, I think we'd have a much better answer for you. But, with how fast things are changing, I think we're just going to be prudent and, kind of see what happens when the sun comes out again and, launch from there.
Very nice. Well, we gotta wrap there. Maybe quickly give us an idea on roadmap and things that are just next up on the docket for you guys.
Yeah, so over the next 30 days, we're testing everything with, like I said earlier, about 30 to 45 people just to get the bugs out. And then, everything's a moving target in business, but, we should be able to launch the site to the public over the next, call it 30 to 60 days. And then in the next couple weeks, you're going to start seeing our socials become more active too. We're bringing on a social media team.
There you go. Well, guys, make sure you go follow GoSave and pay attention to what they're building. Guys, thanks for the conversation. This is super interesting.
See you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye. Peace. All righty. Very good. Very good. Next up, we got Kane here. From
Dom, when are you going to Las Vegas? That's what I want to know. Are you booking a hotel anytime
I probably
soon?
shouldn't, man. But when you show me an $18 hotel room, that just gets me going, dude. I'll tell you that much.
Bring the liquidity to the table. Honestly, that's what that says.
If I go to Las Vegas, I'm probably not going to ever come back on an MCG show. So we should probably avoid doing that here.
Yeah, or you have a reason to show up to work every day. Let's. One of the two outcomes.
Well, I probably won't have a house,
Yeah, right. Interesting call. Before we get to Vail real quick, I think really experienced management team there. Those guys are really plugged into the industry. I think all these APIs to get that inventory on your site and set up those systems are pretty gated. MCG stream from Vegas. I think, Andrew, we got to do it.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, but Ted worked at Orbitz, huge exits, angel investors, co-founder of Tinder, a co-founder of Acorns app. Those are big products. So it seems like they got the team there for sure.
Yeah, interesting. I think that's the biggest takeaway. It also seems like they have a big list of people they can start marketing to, and that's like the crux. That's what it comes down to: customer acquisition.
Yeah.
So
customer acquisition, upper funnel is key. Millions, a little quiet on the exact number. That's okay. Don't need to know the exact number, but millions of SMS, potentially millions of emails. Those are the important upper funnel pieces. All right. Next up, we have Vail. We're just letting him get a moment to get his mic.
If Kane can't hear me, you might have to lead Josh, and that's all good. So
all right, I got you.
Let's pull him. Hey, Kane.
What's up, boys?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. Send it. Well, not too much, man. Actually, a lot's good, I guess I should say. We're excited for this stream. We're excited to talk to you, and we got a cool set of founders on today. So, Kane, man, lead us off with a little bit about yourself and tell us how you ended up here today.
100%. Well, before I start, guys, I want to thank you all so much and everyone on this stream. Shout out to the GoSave team. I love what they're building. Shout out to Icmrun. They're actually incubating real projects.
Shout out Icmrun.
There's so much vaporware and bullshit in the game, and it's so refreshing to see real companies with real founders coming on to the space. So shout out to you guys and shout out to Meteora.
Shout out Meteora. I love that. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, just a little background about me. I'm originally from Canada. I'm a serial entrepreneur.
Let's
you
go.
too?
Yeah, me too. Where about in Canada? Because that's important to know.
Yeah, so originally from Toronto. I'm a serial entrepreneur since I was 18 years old. I've done everything from medical supply distribution globally, marketing agency, crypto launches, NFT launches, trading funnels, Airbnb, e-commerce, literally every single thing you could think of. But over the last 3 years specifically, I have been traveling the world. I live between Dubai and Bali, and I've been meeting tons of people around the world. And I have a global mastermind group called the Circle Syndicate. It's essentially a global mastermind group where we specialize in 7 and 9 figure entrepreneurs. We host events, very luxury events around the world. And it's a legacy project for me while I've been able to centralize the power in one network and be able to provide value. We do tons of charity. That's also why I love the GoSave team of what they're doing with the charities. And while traveling the world and doing so much international business, I saw a tons of problems, and I realized it wasn't just a me problem. Being a digital nomad, working globally, moving money in fiat and crypto, I had to use multiple different apps. I had to give KYC in different jurisdictions. I had to pay tons of fees to get bank accounts set up in different countries. It's a whole entire process that you end up wasting so much time, money, and data. Which led us to, start Vail. I realized that Veil, like I said, wasn't just a me problem, it was an infrastructure problem. And what we have built here is a financial operating system for high net worth individuals, entrepreneurs, and businesses to be able to have a one-stop shop. So we unify crypto cards, fiat bank accounts where you could wire money in and out. Think of like Wise. We have crypto DeFi tools inside of our platform. So swaps, bridges, yields, borrowing, and lending. And then we also have Web 2 solutions like payment processing as well on the high risk side. A really big USP that we decided and that we were able to integrate into our business is that we're banking infrastructure. So a lot of people, when they see Veil, they think of us as a crypto card. They try to compare us to, the Casts and the Vicis, and they're amazing. The Revoluts, they're amazing. But what we provide is a little different. It's a full vertical integration of banking infrastructure, right? So literally on our platform, you could do every single thing that you need to do in crypto, non-custodial. So we don't hold your money. You simply connect your wallet to our platform, and then you can move use your bank account as a ramp for on-ramp and off-ramp, whether it's sending and receiving payments. And you could simply just swap over from fiat to crypto to fiat seamlessly while getting access to all of the typical DeFi tools that you would as a crypto native user. And one of the coolest things with us is that our bank is jurisdiction in a very, very strategic location in the world in Laos. And Laos is one of the only banking jurisdictions that's not required to report back to your home jurisdiction. So that's why we market ourselves as a privacy bank. And we have privacy functions where inside of our bank where we're able to enhance user privacy to the absolute maximum while maintaining compliance.
Wow. There we go. Lot to cover there. I saw some really, really interesting stats here on your Twitter, I believe it is. 20,000 on the wait list, private beta live. I could read through all this, but I think it'd be best to just get your take on it. Tell me a little bit about the numbers behind this. It seems you guys have some interesting traction here.
Yeah, so in terms of our wait list, we have been driving lots of traffic through my own private network. I'm very fortunate enough to have built a big personal brand over the last decade. I have over 100,000 followers across all platforms, and I have big networks around the world. So that 20,000 people on the wait list is people from our direct network, from sharing the links around, some Twitter. But when it comes to our targeting, we were very, very specific when it came to our targeting. If you look at our Twitter is okay, but we're looking mostly for people outside of crypto Twitter, because every single person in crypto Twitter is getting targeted by 5 to 10 different companies with cards or something similar along the lines with us. And it's like trying to date a girl in the college in the college frat house. She's been with every single guy on the block. She has 10 guys ready to go. We said, let us go to somewhere where they really need our product and let's leverage our network. So that's how we've been able to kind of build such early traction. Like I said, my biggest strength in my whole entire life is BD. I'm a great business developer. So I've leveraged a lot of relationships in the early stages before our product is live to be able to get letters of intents from big MLM trading companies with over 15,000 monthly active users paying, $170 a month looking to use our banking as an infrastructure. That's how we're able to get so much people on the wait list. We're working on multiple payment processing deals for fiat to crypto payouts for big e-commerce brands that are already looking at multiple 6 figures a month in profits, literally pre-launch. Our beta will be live this week in private for investors, for pilot programs, and for friends and family. So in terms of traction, we've been able to leverage a lot through relationships and through BD. And like I said, like about 30% of our demographic that we're targeting is direct to consumer, but the other 70% is literally businesses that are begging for our solution. And a really cool USP that we offer to high-risk businesses is that we can onboard the people that are debanked around the world. Casinos, adult platforms, trading platforms, Forex brokerages. There's over $30 billion in total addressable market begging for a solution like this. So our targeting was very strategic in how we target everybody. And on top of that, for our direct-to-consumer strategy, we're also going to be able to target Russian and Ukrainians. And on this side of the world where I am right now, Bali, all the Russian and Ukrainians are completely debanked. They use OTC desks to move their money, and our bank allows us to onboard them. So we're talking, $5-10 billion of floating cash ready to be banked. So instead of targeting everyone that's being targeted already, I went outside of the market.
Yeah, so you're using crypto rails, but targeting more the traditional markets here. Why is that? What do the crypto rails offer that maybe traditional bank can't?
So in terms of the rails, like I said, it's a unified. It's all within one platform. So you can move your crypto directly into fiat in your bank account, and your bank account directly into crypto seamlessly on the back end within the bank. So we've worked out a great deal with our bank where a lot of the swaps and OTCs are done within the platform inside of the bank. So it's a seamless procedure, right? And then on the payment processing side, people could payment process with our payment processing partners and drop their money into into their bank account and then directly move it into crypto as if you were just transferring on an exchange.
There's been a ton of competition within the crypto card and like the neobank sector recently. Can you tell me why that is and maybe how you guys are going to stand out against the competitors that are popping up left and right here?
Amazing question. So number one was one of the points I just mentioned. Everybody's targeting the same. I don't know how much is crypto Twitter active real users, right? Maybe 500,000 people. We're targeting real Web2 businesses. Another thing that makes us stand out to why we stand out to our competitors is because we actually offer real banking infrastructure, like literal bank accounts under your name that you could access through ATMs, and you could wire money on the Swift network in and out of. A lot of competitors offer virtual cards, and we do too. But like I said, we're not a card provider. And when people, business comes to us and they're like, hey, we could go to Reap, or we could go to these other guys for, our card solutions. It's like, we're not selling you a card solutions. We're selling banking infrastructure. And it's a very, very different thing that a lot of people are faced with. And then on top of that, there is absolutely nobody in the market right now that offers privacy within compliance. So like when you onboard with a lot of our competitors, you're automatically getting reported back to your home country, or they're completely able to. We're legally allowed to not report back to your country for privacy reasons within our jurisdiction. Another thing is, it's like, for example, things as simple as the KYC, instead of using a third-party AI face scanner that gets uploaded to a third-party cloud, your KYC is going directly to the bank, our sponsoring bank. We don't even see it. So we have integrated tons of different privacy features within the platform that a lot of our competitors don't. And then as well, the third point that makes us different is we're a unified operating system. None of our competitors offer fiat payment processing. None of them could onboard high-risk businesses, which we can, or Russians or Ukrainians. Unless you see these non-KYC cards, which we all know how those end up, and they're very short-lived, and we don't offer non-KYC. Everything is, like I said, within compliance. But we're able to target the people that our competitors typically can't because of our strategic banking relationship.
Can I ask a bit about the that market specifically? So let's say the Russian Ukrainians, they're obviously some of them are debanked. Do they like show up with like cash in a briefcase, or do they get a wire transfer from their banking system to your partner bank, or are they using crypto? Like, what's the onboarding process for someone that's, the traditional banking sector is deemed as high risk?
Yeah, perfect question. So our login, and you guys will see this in the beta, are when you onboard onto the platform, it's a Web2 login interface, or you could connect wallet. So let's say they have crypto and they don't have the way the banks work right now in Ukraine and Russia is they don't have access to the Swift system, so they can't send money out. They could send money internally locally, but they can't send money out. So what we do is they're already fully in crypto, right? They're traveling, they need to move. So right now, when they're moving money in crypto, they're doing OTCs locally, risk, which is risky. You could get robbed, right? There's tons of risks that come with that, and very high fees. I'm talking 7, 10, 12% in some areas, depending where you are. So with us, they have their DeFi wallet, their MetaMask, their Trust wallet. They make a Web2 login. They connect their wallet to our platform. They buy the bank account. They KYC, and it goes directly to the bank. They get approved. We ship a card to them. They verify that they receive the card, and they have full access. So now if they have 100,000 USDC in their bank account and they need to make a wire or they want to use their physical card, they simply just transfer within our app over to the bank.
Got it. You have some numbers here, 50 to $60 million in, or 50, 70 a month, per month, million per month in processing deals closing. Can you talk a little bit about that? And then you also mentioned, a 300 to 500K profit per month. Can you just talk about the business model here, what the fees are, and some of these big processing deals you're looking to close?
For sure. So right now we're closing 3 deals. One is a casino, or 2 of them are casinos, and one of them is a nutraceutical client. So they're selling e-commerce, high risk, MRR basis, basically selling supplements. And supplements are a very, very high risk industry. And obviously through the years of me networking, I've built great payment processing relationships. So we have fully integrated those into Veil. So pre-launch, we're able to start working on these deals because we just have partners that fulfill them, but we have a great rev share deal on the partnership. So these people, for the 50 to 70 million in processing a month, right now we're literally submitting docs and we'll be making anywhere from like 1 to 1.5% on that total volume. And we're helping facilitate the crypto payout as well, because a lot of these guys, they would just prefer to get paid out in crypto. So they just open an account on our platform. The payment processing partners directly deposit into the Laos bank, and then they're able to swap it into crypto, and we charge our fee on our platform. So they're able to we build a custom solution for them. And we have, like I said, there's about 6 payment processors that we're on the high risk side that we're partnered with. So we basically, for every single client that we onboard, we pitch them on, hey, we'll solve your biggest bottleneck, which is payment processing. If we solve that, buy our infrastructure or partner with us for all of your users.
Yeah, it seems like you can also charge a premium for these types of customers just because the nature of their business and the challenges that they might face. You briefly talked about the revenue model here. Is it 1%, 3%? Do you have tiered thresholds based on, volumes that they're doing, or if they own some sort of token and stake it, they get some sort of preferential treatment? Just give me the lowdown of the overall, what you can forecast in terms of revenue per month. I mean, 3 to 500K per month is a great starting point, but yeah, what do you foresee for revenue here from all these different sources?
Yeah, so the way our platform works is, so this is just the payment processing side. That 3 to 500K isn't based on our rate list. That isn't based on volumes that come directly from our consumers. That is literally just what's on the table that I foresee closing within the next month, hopefully, like in the process right now. The way our platform works is every single vertical has fees. So on our swaps, we charge the standard 1%, bridge standard 1%. We have some good margin in there. Our account issuance, whenever somebody buys an offshore card or a corporate account, we have very healthy margins in there. We have monthly reoccurring fees on the maintenance of the cards, and we have the payment processing fees, which is actually one of the most lucrative ones. I mean, some of these businesses are paying 7 to 10 to 12% on their processing. And for us, that's anywhere from 1 to 3% of the total volume, which is mind blowing at these types of numbers. But if you could find the solution, which luckily I have found the solutions through my networking over the years and doing deals, I am able to house these clients. And then on the deposits on the platform, we charge a 3% fee. That includes the fiat conversion, the full swap directly onto your card. And we've gotten feedback from some people that, hey, these fees are high. And the reason why we could justify high fees is because nobody offers a solution like this.
Yeah. And you're using the Laotian banking system. I don't think many people know about Laos's banking system whatsoever. A, are you based in Laos? And B, can you give us a little bit of an idea of what that banking system is like? Like, are there large national banks, or do they have a large fintech banking system? Are they fintech friendly? Just give us a little idea of the Laotian banking regulatory environment.
Yeah, so our Laos bank has been around for 10 plus years. They house multiple $1 billion under management. They have allowed us to partner with them and be able to issue bank accounts through their bank with within our app. So I guess they are fintech friendly, but this deal was very strategic. It took lots of relationship pull. One of my partners on the company was directly in there and has been working with them and owns shares in the bank. So we're able to have a preferential relationship with them in terms of the bank and their reliability that we actually have, and we don't market this, but you guys are hearing it here first. We have uncapped
exclusive.
We have uncapped insurance up to 70% of the fiat balance. It's backed by the central bank of Laos on paper, which nobody really offers that. In America, what is it, 250, right? Or it's 250 in America. I think it's in Canada, maybe 100 or 250. I don't know. But we have uncapped. So they're a very trusted bank. They house over 500,000 users. And in terms of regulation, they're non-FACTA. So like I said, they're one of the very few countries that are not sanctioned that are allowed to use the global SWIFT rails. So that's how we could send and receive wires from your bank account directly in our app.
And Crypto Jones has something kind of on that note. He goes, Laos is a socialist country, has heavy government oversight of the banking sector. Are you concerned about the government or regulations?
So that's a great question. In terms of our relationships there, they're very, very strong. Otherwise, I wouldn't put you see our team, everybody wouldn't put their faces on this unless we had a really strong belief in our relationship there and the strength of it. This banking relationship has been going on for over 4 years on the private side of housing clients moving money through there. And now we've decided to make a direct to consumer brand with it. But before, we've moved lots of money through there throughout the years for like OTCs, wires. People are doing a gold deal. They want to wire the money and get crypto. We have a very close relationship with that bank. But that's a very good concern. And then as well, it also lays the question is like, what happens in worst case scenario of the bank, right? If something happens with the bank. So right now we're already working on 2 other banking partnerships that we can integrate into our platform, one based in Hong Kong and right now Switzerland as well. So then through one interface, users could come on by the end of the year and choose which banking jurisdiction based on their needs they want to bank in.
Nice. We got another question in the chat here. Sounds sick. What are the main challenges you guys foresee in the next 6 to 12 months? Maybe just give us an idea of like what's really difficult to get around this business. What's, again, like your biggest challenges and how do you plan to overcome those?
I think our biggest challenges, I think we're pretty early. Like I've spoken to many VCs and they say like, Kane, this seems too good to be true. Like, why have you been able to solve this issue while the big players of the game haven't? Right. And I think it's about relaying and building the trust with the users, because what we're promising is big. And like what we're building has multiple, 10-figure potential. Right. If we could hammer this down and hammer our GTM and onboard the users and onboard the businesses, we could be doing $1, $2 billion, $3 billion a year in total volume. And if we take home a blended rate of 0.5, it's a lot of money, right? Even 1%, and it's a high fee based business. It's a very niche business, right? If you're just a crypto card guy looking for savings, there's other better options. I'm not targeting guys that are just looking for crypto cards. I'm targeting guys that want to move money globally and have offshore setups and be able to move money through fiat rails and crypto rails while maintaining their privacy. So I think the biggest challenge will be onboarding the different banks and seeing how the infrastructure works together in tandem, right? Like right now we're integrated with one bank, but now how is it going to work with 3 banks? So we're working on that. The second one is right now it's cool because we're small, but once we get big, compliance is going to be a big issue. Or I could foresee it being, an issue. So right now we're looking to hire a fractional compliance officer. We're talking to people from JP Morgan, from, compliance at different centralized exchanges to be able to navigate us. Because look, I'm the type of guy that'll just sell. And I don't even I need somebody
As
to
you
oversee
should.
me. I need someone to oversee me, be like, hey, bro, you probably shouldn't do this, right? So I think those are our biggest bottlenecks. But in terms of product, like I said, guys, I fully bootstrap this. We have a working beta. We could issue cards, bank accounts, and then we're going to be building all the future features that we've been talking about by the end of Q3 and be on the App Store, right? So yeah, I think those would be our three main concerns going into the near future.
We've had a lot of neobanks on this show, and I have to say this is the first one I've heard that is going the Laotian bank route. Laos is an interesting country, so I think there is some USP there. I also think a lot of those are relationships that take time to build, and it's, you know, someone in the management structure has to wire stamp or green stamp it or whatnot. So
yeah.
Understand that. Can you talk a little bit about your capital raising here? You're going through the Icmrun incubator. Can you talk about that? What you're raising, the valuation, et cetera, and then lastly, the team behind this.
For sure. So in terms of the raise, we're evaluating ourselves at a seed round $10 million raise. I fully bootstrapped it this far, multiple six figures out of my own pocket into this. I've basically just been draining my other businesses, my cash flow businesses, and dumping it into this. I firmly believe, like, I don't want to be that founder that's like has an idea and hasn't put his money where his mouth is. Like, I'm all in on this. And you know, I think it's a very fair evaluation considering our metrics, our numbers on paper that we have lined up. And, you know, I think within the first year we could hit $1 million profit a month. And, you know, with a $12 million EBITDA, 10-20x multiplier on fintech, you're looking at, you know, a multi-9-figure evaluation. So I think I've painted a very clear roadmap for the investors to see, okay, this guy has early traction. He has a working beta. He put his money where his mouth is. He has a stacked team. It seems like this could be really doable. And then in terms of our team, again, through all of my relationships, the first week I started this business, I called about 100 people, the highest people in my network, trying to onboard them. And just sell them the vision and say, hey, will you back me on this? I see tons of value in you. But our team and our board of advisors consist of ex-Coinbase, LinkedIn, DBS Bank Singapore, IBM, Snapchat, Meta, Western Union, and we have a nine-figure cryptocurrency founder on our board and some very strong BDs as well. And there's some people on our website that we've onboarded recently. I need to update our team. But we have tons of talent on the board where we're able to kind of build the trust with a user, with a business by our team.
And sorry, I didn't catch it. Are you raising at 10 million or raising 10 million?
I'm raising at 10 million. I'm only raising $1 million cash for the seed round. And then once we're in revenue with users, I'll probably go raise at like 30 to 50. You know, if I could get us to the $500,000 mark a month profit, we could go raise at 50.
Okay. So pretty conservative seed, then Series A, you're going to kind of ramp it up a little bit. Can you talk to me about burn rate real quick? You know, if you're raising $1 million, how long does that give you guys?
That gives us about 2 years, of burn. Like I said, we have built a lot of the infrastructure that I've built thus far, and our burn, like a lot of it's been leveraged through relationships. So I've saved a lot of money there. And I will save a lot of money there. But like I said, within the next 3 months, I really believe that we could be doing multiple six figures a month. And if that's the case, then I would just put this whole $1 million into development, building, you know, all the agentic finance, all the ideas that we have to build these extra things to make a one-stop shop platform. And be able to scale it and go to market, lots of in-person events, Token 2049, you know, all of the in-person events where the deals are done, we're going to be investing heavy there as well. Because like I said, I've done the heavy lifting in terms of building the main infrastructure. The rest is just layers on top, which is very doable. And then yeah, you know, that should last us 2 years if we didn't make $1, but you know, I don't believe that is a potential reality.
So it sounds like in the next 3 months, you're kicking this thing into high gear, going live, and you're going to try to get cash positive here.
Yeah, easily.
Okay. And so if you do, let's say, start making some of these numbers that you're projecting, are you going to still go into that Series A with another raise and dilute yourself further, or just?
Yeah. I have I still retain a lot of the company. I want to sell some of my, you look at the big companies that are worth 9 to 10 figures, the founders only have 10 to 30% of those companies. And I'm trying to get to that sweet spot, and I have majority of the company still. I'm in a very healthy position because I've been able to leverage relationships, leverage my own capital, and not raise at really low valuations with the idea concepts. So now for Series A, I do plan to, go sell another 10, 15% of the company at a, 50, 60. I don't know. We'll see. But, anything could change as well, right?
Sure.
So I'm playing it by ear.
Well, Kane, we got to balance. Maybe help me understand the tokenized side. Are you planning on a token, or are you just operating on crypto rails here? No token.
So originally, we wanted to, but then when I started to see the real potential and traction of the business, I know, like, I've launched tokens in the past, and I understand the game of launching tokens and managing communities. It's a whole job in itself, and I really believe that this could be a 10-figure business. Now, with that being said, I do understand the positive side, the pros of launching a token for community incentivization, incentivizing user behavior. And I see the potential in that. And it is definitely within our roadmap. But in the near future, I don't think so, because, a bad TGE could ruin a company.
Yeah.
We're all doxed on this, and I'm just not trying to deal with those types of headaches. I'm trying to focus fully on building the business and making sure that my team is good and making sure that we're growing. And a token could take away 30 to 40% of my attention, to be honest. So it is 100% in the roadmap. I definitely see, but it would probably be later when we're like established and very successful.
Got you. Well, real quick, Crypto Jones asked if you guys have any partnership or integrations worth noting here. And this will have to be the last question.
Yeah. So in terms of partnerships, we're getting incubated, obviously, by Icmrun. In terms of integrations, we are going to be able, we offer banking as an infrastructure to B2B clients. So we are able to offer white label services and or API services. Let's say you're a casino or you're a Forex broker or you're Meteora and you want to offer like banking, right? We could offer that in terms of integrations on the B2B side. And that's a very attractive model that we're seeing a lot of people be interested in.
Awesome. Well, Kane, it was a pleasure.
Before you go, Kane, I just snooping the Instagram here and want to let everyone know you have a really great Instagram following here. You also have some really cool cars on this. Are any of these cars yours? And what is your favorite car to drive?
That's me, the STO right there. Yeah, it's one of our events that we had in Dubai. We did a 3-night rally, 100 supercars, bunch of entrepreneurs, 3 resorts. We did special, everything's all included. We do different mastermind sessions within the resorts for different things, So it's an amazing infrastructure we built, so we own that company, the Circle Syndicate. That's like my passion project. That's something that, I believe that if we could centralize power and build a network through the lifetime of my life and be able to give back and empower others, that's a passion project of mine.
Are you still in Dubai right now, or you're kind of?
I'm in Bali right now. I'm in Asia. I'm locked in on my health. I'm locked in on training. I fight every day. I literally wake up. I train 3 times a day. I fight. I pray. It's Ramadan for me right now, and then I just work on the bank at night. It's literally like clockwork.
Bali seems to have a lot of good gyms for like Muay Thai and stuff. So
it's amazing, dude. It's absolutely amazing.
Are you? And I know we have to jump here, but are you nervous about the Dubai situation right now? You have maybe property up there.
Fake news, dude. It's fake news.
Yeah,
it's a psyop. They want everybody to run home and pay taxes. That's what they want. They want half of the videos you see are AI. Everybody's scared. They're just saying, come home, pay your taxes, pay your taxes.
Kane's got like palm trees in the background and stuff. He's not stressed whatsoever. But I gotta say, love it. That guy from Toronto making it happen. So congrats on that.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thank
you guys so much for having me.
Yeah.
Pleasure,
cheers, man. See ya.
Perfect. Have a good night, guys.
You too. All right. Kicking off to Dapital next. Going to jump right into this. The next generation of social brokerage seems kind of going down the Robinhood route, maybe a bit with more social brokerage. Raphael, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, how's it going?
Going well. We're excited to hear all about Dapital and what you guys are building. We've had a good, diverse stream here, and so you're going to be the first, next generation social brokerage. So tell us a little bit about yourself, and we'll jump straight into it.
For sure. Yeah. So Yeah, my background, I'm actually coming from traditional finance. I was before this a quant developer at Optiver working on HFT futures and equities. So a very different different world of things. But yeah, together with my co-founder from Instagram, we really saw an opportunity here to build a product that we think is better than what exists out there. Aligns incentives a little bit better than what the existing social trading experiences are like, and yeah, really capture that. So we're still early days in a private beta, and looking at onboarding our first creators, and people who are aligned here.
Okay, so help me understand, what is your definition of a social brokerage?
Yeah, so I think the real key here is that we, want to provide fully everything that you need out of a brokerage product, including best in class consumer UX, really taking that seriously. You'll see, it looks a lot visually like Robinhood, and I would say this is, definitely one of the first wallet style apps that has full consumer grade software on it, and is not just slapped together. Only slight diss to other products out there. But I think that really, especially my co-founder coming over from Instagram, really understands how to build consumer software, and understands what it takes, getting all the little details right. And then on top of that, discovery is obviously one of the biggest challenges of where you want to put your money. And especially for people who are new to DeFi, it's just such a huge space. And we think the best way to get introduced and discover things is socially. And so we basically created a platform where you can share theses, and that people can read those theses, discover things, but that the creators who post the theses get rewarded with a portion of the trading revenue that your post generates. And so that is a great incentive for you as a creator to post on Dapital, because obviously if you're publishing this anywhere else, then you're not getting rewarded. And it's we think a better mechanism than just pure copy trading, because ultimately you can exit the position as a creator without rugging all of your followers, and you get to keep full privacy in terms of your wallet address and everything there. So I don't know what the best format is here to share. This might be.
Oh, you got your screen up? We love this. No, this is
hey,
the
live
format.
demos are always good on the show. So
No, we're So this is our private beta, but our core feature set is there. So definitely gearing this also towards our everyday our everyday consumer audience. They don't want to think about private keys. They don't want to think about anything like that. So cloud synced wallet, you'll see the homepage is very Robinhood-esque. We've got your P&L tracking and everything that you can need there. If we click into any of these positions, we've got all of the financial details, including your cost basis and your return today, things that are just missing from a lot of these other wallets. So we think there's a good amount of single player value just on the UX. And then, you're able to create watch lists. This is also the first place where we see a social component. And you can see here that I've got a watch list from my friend Poses, and whatever he's got on his list, I can watch. And if he updates it, I get those updates in real time. And then if I, go ahead and trade off of any of this information, then he gets rewarded for that. So it's another way for creators to share what they're interested in without needing to fully dox your wallet address, which we think is
real
pretty
quick,
huge.
How does that work? Is that a volume kickback for the person that shared it? I guess maybe.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a portion of the we charge a small fee on trading volume, and then there's a kickback to the person there, so you can earn rewards from all of these categories, and then we'll go into the social platform now.
And real quick,
just a minute, Mercy here wants to let you know he's trenching on your product. He called Shape.
I know he is.
50K market cap, Mercy. Come on, man. What are we talking
dude.
about here? That's some serious trenching work.
But we'll probably be adding some more features for Mercy specifically, so that he can do all his trenching on Dapital. But
That's
yeah,
what you want to see from your incubator right there.
exactly.
So, and real quick, is this a brokerage specifically for crypto assets, or are you guys going to be offering equities and other traditional financial tools?
Yeah, so I mean, we're primarily looking at everything on chain, and
A little private
ultimately we
equity.
see these worlds converging, right? So we are big believers in the ICM philosophy, and that all of the capital markets will come on chain, as well as like the high quality assets across yield, across like derivatives. Yeah, we're the current beta just Solana, but we're integrating other things as we speak.
I want to double.
I mean,
oh, go ahead, Dom.
That's amazing. It's very clear if you look at the RWA TVL and you look at Hyperliquid, we're seeing traditional capital flood to, especially over
100%.
the weekends when markets are closed, flood to
100%.
these exchanges that offer it. I see you have I see you have pre-stocks and it looks like X stocks as your providers there. Maybe you walk me through the different providers for some of these assets, for your private equity, for your equities, etc.
Yeah, for sure. So we're totally just like non-custodial. We do you can trade anything on chain. We just provide the wallet and a nice UX for it. So ultimately these are some of the ones that I'm talking about. But you can see also in my holdings page that I've got oh, actually I sold it in a demo the other day, but I've got my Tessera guys
Tessera, there we
on
go.
here too. So yeah, and you can trade anything on here, anything that's on chain.
So
because
how do you guys pick the provider? Because we are seeing, I see like you have Tessera here, and I see some others. There's gonna be a lot of people offering private equity or whatnot. How are you guys like deciding who you're partnering with on this front?
So right now we're not doing any specific partnerships or anything like that.
Okay.
We will probably move towards some level of creation in terms of like this search page is pretty trash, honestly. But yeah, and curating more of these providers based on who we think is providing the best access to this, whether that's via the liquidity or whether that's via the like price tracking or whether we believe in the setup. But yeah, ultimately, I mean, I think there is room for us to do deals with people that we think are, like working on really interesting projects in the space and promote them. But our initial product was very much geared around the like social discovery, and it being just letting creators publish what they want and encouraging people to get on the platform and explain what they're working on, and and then people finding it that way.
I want to double tap on the social discovery, because this seems like the key crux that's made FOMO extremely popular in a number of these
100%.
other apps. FOMO, it's like you can see when people are entering, exiting, you can follow their trades. I think that's kind of become a farm your followers potential situation that people have pushed back on. And that's not my words. That's what people have pushed back on. In this case, you've taken a more watch list approach where it's like, here are my 5 trade ideas. I guess I can see kind of who had it on their watch list first, I'm assuming. But I'm not necessarily seeing when they're exiting and entering and exiting that trade, and I can't necessarily follow them. Is that accurate? And do you think this watch list approach is better than what FOMO's doing, just because you're not having the potential conflicts there?
Yeah, so the watch list is basically a like abstraction privacy layer on top of your wallet, right? You can put, instead of showing your holdings, you can just show what you're watching, and then you can pick and choose. Then we also allow for a bunch of expression in the actual like social thesis side. So you're able to go in and write a post about what you're interested in, whether you're buying that, whether you're selling that. You can obviously follow, and then you can say like, oh hey, I'm gonna buy this now, I'm gonna sell. But what this does better than what FOMO does, and one of the big issues that I see with FOMO is like, basically, when sometimes you are not bearish on a thing, you just want to rotate, you just want to like sell, you need to trade, you need to do something else, and maybe you don't want that thing to just go to zero because you're a big creator, and you by selling you'll just trigger the total collapse. And so yeah, that's an opportunity where you could be like, oh, I'm not going to post about this because I'm not actually bearish on this. I'm just rotating to a different thing. And then you also can express that in terms of like, oh, hey, I think you should sell this, like, and you can post that on the feed and get rewarded for that. If that's a good thesis. So we think that by moving that layer from being, pure public and like only decided by the people who are, or only decided by it being fully public and everyone can see everything, letting the creators have that decision making is like super important, and allows them to have that layer of like, oh, I want to express this, oh, I don't want to express this, and leave that up to them.
I see the long oil trade here. Decisive passage 150. You had to be long that last week. The oil trade's already filled out for the most part, potentially.
That
was an $80 oil call there. Talk to me about how I get rewarded. So let's say I see this long oil idea, or I don't know, maybe one where there's Anthropic or like one of these. So do I click into the post and then does it bring me to their referral page, or like?
So we're tracking everything that you're doing on the app. I mean, I spent a lot of time in quant learning how to track trading behavior. But say that I go in and I make a trade directly off of this post. Well, it's as easy as that. Makes it super easy to actually just trade off of the post. And that's like the whole flow there. And now my buddy Clay will have gotten a notice that he just earned some rewards off of me trading off of him. And it all accumulates instantly to your rewards tab. You can claim it at any time. And so as a creator, there's immediate incentive, and that was like $5, so obviously not a lot, but you can imagine it's very easy to push like 10K of volume traded, and that's just like instantly $50 that you'd make on that one post of just 10K in trading volume. So really a real opportunity here to get rewarded and have a different source of that, in addition to pointing people to assets that you think are good to trade. And if you do want them to follow you into the trade, then it's another incentive to do that.
So how do you make a post? So you have your Anthropic there. Can you show us how you put an idea? So what do you put your title? Like
what are you bullish on today?
Well, you're bullish on Anthropic, so give us your thesis.
Anthropic?
Go. Josh has been vocally bullish on oil, as I'm sure you could tell.
But from $80 a barrel, not from 100 plus.
There we go.
To be fair, I don't know if it's necessarily done, but I also had hype at $26 in February, so that's another absolute banger time to sell.
So this is pretty simple in the current state of things, and we plan to add even more like ability to express yourself here. We've already got some of those things in our like
so it populates the symbol there.
Private beta. Or like on our staging thing, but so you can put in like, okay, I'm now no longer bullish on this. You add it to post, and there's other things that we'll be adding a lot here. There's a lot to explore, but it's as simple as that little cash tag, and then you just write your post. I think most of what we're encouraging on the
here's a little product feedback is you need a simple button to add not financial advice disclosure at the end of these.
I think that's
one click NFA. I just gave you $1 billion product idea. Holy.
I feel like that should just be the disclaimer at the top. We can put that at the very top.
But you know how many people would actually write out not financial advice versus just give it a tag that they can pre-populate their disclosure with. There we go.
That's like a 5-minute ad.
That's easy.
So,
that's an easy.
Can ship that.
No one's ever done that in trading apps, by the way.
I like it. Yeah.
So, Raphael, I want to understand a bit from you, because I'm very bullish. I think like Robinhood, I'm notably bullish on, and I think just this is the direction we're headed in terms of social apps and like everything apps, I guess you could say. Give me an idea from your perspective, like where are we headed in terms of brokerages? Is the old type of trading through your bank account dead, and are we headed into a more social app like you're proposing here?
So for sure. So I think that's a really good point. And I think actually I pretty much fundamentally disagree with the everything app thing, because I think that there's super unique value in creating these experiences that are strictly tailored to one thing. So this being a full social platform that is just geared around the financial information, it lets us optimize for a totally different set of things than what a traditional social platform has to. So like where everything on like, Twitter is going to be based on engagement metrics, our algorithm is actually based on the financial performance of the post that you're doing. And because we're able to like strictly tailor around that, I think that like longer term, this becomes a really differentiated source of alpha, in that like, oh, people are posting things. The algorithm is getting continuously better at promoting things that give people alpha. And we have the natural weighing machine of like, oh, people upvoting, downvoting, but also the underlying financial performance of how someone is doing. And that's just like totally different from, what exists on like, like Twitter's going to, be the everything app. But you're going to miss a ton of things there. I think on the Robinhood side, yeah, I think that social trading is a really like interesting thing, and that trading is always kind of inherently social. It's just, like this has been a thing in traditional finance. Everyone's on Bloomberg chat, talking about these things, and trying to get people to, gauge their sentiment, and see what's see what's up. So like the aspect of being able to incorporate that even more into your everyday consumer, and bring all of that onto a shared platform that's dedicated to this, we think is like really an interesting opportunity. As well as like, there's clear appetite from people outside of crypto too. Think of like, all of the Reddit, Wall Street Bets type stuff. Facts. We beat Nikita Beer.
Yeah, I see it there. Which Nikita Beer needs update here. So then explain this to me. What's the target audience you guys are targeting here? Is it the next generation? Is it, younger audience? Just, I don't know, fill me in there.
Yeah, we're really gearing for this to be a platform that scales outside of crypto natives. That's the biggest like swing here, is being able to bring these higher quality assets to everyday people, and ultimately like win the layer of everyday consumer in DeFi, which we think will just be finance at some point. Yeah. And so that's really what we're targeting here, and that's why everything in our platform is geared around like catering to our trencher friends and our real power users, but also in a way that we think can scale broader and kind of make that jump that people haven't been able to do yet.
So if you're not doing an everything app, what's kind of the extent that you go to here? Like, will there be DeFi options if I have USDC or I have dollars and I want to, make 6% a year? Like, what's the extent that you guys offer?
Prediction markets.
Yield coming soon. Perps definitely coming very soon. Other chains. Everything on chain is like, our thing, but we want to keep it very, very centered around, like a financial social platform, deeply integrate those things, give a layer of expression that doesn't exist anywhere else, and have this be the place that you go to, manage your money. We want to issue a card as well, which we're actively in talks. We think Bridge is a really powerful one to align with, so we've got like the ACH, you can ACH money in, so you're not like Apple paying fiat in. So really it should be everything that a brokerage has, as well as this really powerful social platform for discovering new things to invest in.
You had a AI in your trending algorithm there. Can you talk to a little bit about this AI? I think Signal and finding ideas earliest, and trust me, there's a lot of platforms working on these trending algorithms of how can we, show you the next punch or the next, name it hot $1 million runner at a 540,
for sure,
100K market cap versus everyone buying it at 10 million. Talk to us a bit about your trending algorithm. What makes yours special and give your traders an edge over other traders on other products?
To be very clear, this is not a priority for us right now. We think that really getting this to the consumer is the most important thing. So we're integrated with a provider for that. We're not building that ourselves at this point. And I would not say that that's like significantly differentiated for us at this stage, but I think this is showing what this looks like in the future, where you're getting signals from people that as well as like these AI signals of people running these trading algos and stuff that are producing, oh hey, this is something. But ultimately that's not where we're investing our time right now. That could always change in the future. But yeah, definitely intending to partner with someone on that side of things, because there's definitely a lot of work that goes into that as well.
Yeah, it's not just us. It seems like everyone's kind of got the vision of where we're headed to in terms of this, and there's a lot of competition in these mobile brokerage apps. How are you guys going to bring this to customers? Like, what's your go-to-market here? Because there's going to be a lot of competition on that front.
For sure. And you can hear it from what I've talked about. I've talked a lot about the creator side, because we think that that's the most important thing for our go-to-market. So both in terms of like aligning with creators on the reward front, making it the best space so that people are, bringing their content and creating that here, and then bringing their followers too, ultimately. But we think that the social is really the wedge into this. And then expanding outwards from there. We'll also be running an Angel KOL round for people who are interested in like really deeply partnering with us, and being part of the team on the cap table. We definitely want to align things here and build a really strong community of people who want to create on the app.
Okay, I want to talk about that. Let's talk about fundraising a bit. It seems like you mentioned angels rather than maybe a lead investor. Are you choosing to go with a bunch of angels to get this social aspect kind of flowing here, or like what's the fundraising process / plan?
Yeah, we're still bootstrapped thus far. Making some decisions there in terms of that, but we think that definitely we want to go with the angel route as well, in order to have that alignment. But we will probably also raise some traditional VC money as well.
What's the raise details, amount, valuation? Who is on your cap table, or who would you like to recruit?
We are clean on the cap table, founders only for now. We are not actively raising, but raise details coming soon. So definitely happy to keep in touch with anyone who's interested. Have some things in motion. So we'll more to share soon.
Does a token fit into this model at all at any point?
I think my biggest thing with a token is that I would want to either have clarity on the ability of it to represent actual equity in the company, because again, we think that that's the best way to align, or a really strong like utility value to it that is like actually tied to something. And that's where a token comes into play for us. Again, I see the benefits of like, it's the same thing we want to do with Angel KOLs of like, having a wide audience of people that are like, financially aligned with us. But at this stage, I think, our plan is to grow the product, build that out, and then, launch a token in coordination with that once we can try like really valuable.
Look at that. Maru's going to try out Dapital. He trades with Trojan and MCG. So there we go. We're sponsored by Trojan. Thanks, Trojan, for supporting the channel. But yeah, Dapital maybe one day, right? You never
there we
know.
Go.
Happy to share the test flight with creators, power users. So definitely hit me up if you want that.
We can definitely do that. I want to think back to a question I asked earlier about your go-to-market here. Just to hit it home for us, is there anybody that you draw inspiration from? There's a lot of different strategies, I think. Casinos, not to relate you guys to a casino at all, but like casinos do this in a very big way. They get the creators and they have them, hey, here are my picks for the week and you can trade with me here. Like what is there someone you draw inspiration from that you could kind of relate this to for your go-to-market?
I mean, I think like honestly, I do think FOMO did a very good job with their like go to market. That is like the case, and I think definitely looking at the Angel KOL side that they did there. I think that where we see it is that ultimately the product that they're providing is super extractive and mercenary, and so then it like is a short term thing. But they definitely did well on the go to market, obviously. So looking at that, looking at like I think the bags implementation of or not bags, bags, of being able to create like creator content that then is like available to be claimed by the creators. I think is something that we're interested in, to get people and be like, hey, you already have this money sitting on, but that requires that's like 1,000 to 10,000 users, not first 1,000.
How would you do that? Is it like, are you pulling in their calls or something and then saying,
why
hey,
not?
Okay.
Little cross post kind of thing, and
this
say,
is
like,
a
look,
key
they called it.
mechanism that we're discussing here. So would you pull it from their X profile? Like, how would you get that call?
TBD, and I don't know if I want to say out loud in terms of who's terms and conditions and what there are on these things.
Sure.
But yeah, I think that there's definitely ways to promote people's calls, and to understand who's making these calls and at what time, and then reward them accordingly, and use that as content as well.
We have a couple minutes left. I want to talk about your fee structure and then traction to date.
Yeah, fee structure, like for now, just I don't even know what we're setting it at, but it's we're just in private beta, so handful of our early users getting product feedback, starting to onboard creators who we think that like we want to go to market with, and yeah, that's where we're at traction wise. And so yeah, fee structure, I mean, yeah, we'll charge whatever other people are charging, whatever the standard is. I think there is like a reasonable case for fees on these things, because we are building something that provides value, and having that platform, and then ultimately probably like long term we do have to compete on fees somewhat, but also a ton of other products that we can integrate here as other like revenue sources, and also things for people to express themselves, things for people to invest in. We're pretty much like not stressing too much about like our company's revenue, and more focused on like the big swing of like, can we own this consumer layer?
And I see we got we've seen the mobile app. Are you guys going to do a terminal at any point, or are you sticking just to the mobile app?
So I think we're going to be very mobile first. We think that that's the right place to meet people, and especially to meet people outside of that. I think the social platform will have something that is like a web view of that, before we actually integrate some sort of terminal, because I think that basically the moment you create a terminal, you have the expectations that you get all of the like pro tools that come along with a web UI. And that's just not where our priority is right now. So, yeah.
Maybe we wrap on this. Do you have an idea of what your roadmap's looking like? What are you guys currently most focused on?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, Solana for now, but we're going to be integrating like cross-chain support. BNB tokens are pretty important to us. We think like Asia is a very important market for us. We have a guy working on go-to-market in Korea and Hong Kong area. Then Hyperliquid is the next thing after that. Definitely in the short term, near term, it's it's coming. Don't want to make too many promises, but we think that that's like those are the big things. And then after that, there's a ton more features here. Like I said, the sources of yield products, being able to do yield strategies as well, and then focus on all of that stuff that we talked about in terms of like discovery outside of the social stuff, and the curation and those kind of things, and then really no shortage of features that we can put onto the social differentiation of making it truly the best place to express yourself on financial topics.
Sweet. I think that was a great overview. Super excited to see what you guys pop out with.
Cool.
Is there a date on this being released to the public, or no solid date
We don't have a release date. You can sign up for the wait list at dapital.xyz. Yeah, if you're a creator as well, happy to hop on a call and talk about alignment and joining the private beta.
How many people on the wait list so far?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't checked. It's probably not.
Fair.
It's probably not that many. We're still definitely focused on the creator side more than
All good.
going wide with this. No ads yet. So we'll see.
Awesome. Well, Raphael, that was a great conversation. We're excited to watch how you build this out in the future.
Yeah, for sure. Take care.
All right. Cheers.
All righty. Well, we got a little bit of time.
I like the approach there, dude. What do you think of that approach versus like FOMO, where it's, you're getting like hard alerts at certain prices? It's more time frame based than, I like the idea of just like publishing 5 trading ideas. And then, people can go back and be like, oh, well, who had punch first on their watch list? Oh, it was, Josh, and maybe I might follow Josh. I don't know. What are your thoughts there on that approach?
No, I think it's cool. I think more than anything, I'm just interested in like directionally. I think he's spot on. And I like what he mentioned with his token too. He's like, hey, if we launch a token, we want it to have deep intrinsic value. And so maybe waiting on legal clarities to have like an equity-esque token of some sort, equity adjacent, I guess you could say. But yeah, I mean, look, I like where he's headed. I'm completely convinced that we are headed into the direction of, mobile, I guess they call it next generation social brokerages. Like, I'm sold on it. That's why you guys know that I'm so bullish on Robinhood here. It's just, again, like ironing out that customer acquisition is going to be number one, because we are seeing a lot of people compete on this level, and a lot of people share the same vision from the top to the bottom, where it's like, okay, people want access to private equity. People want access to 24/7 liquid markets. People want access to illiquid markets, right? And so like these things are not hard to see. It's like very clear we're directionally headed there. So he got a lot of competition, and I think he's starting early, right? He's in a good spot. It's just you got to edge these people out. And I'm still, I guess, looking for the answer of the best way to actually do that, because I mean, it's a mix of having a great product and also just like, again, socially, it just being social proof, other people using it, and you just think that's like the natural best thing. So yeah, really cool. We had some cool ones on so far. Again, we got Impulsor at 2 p.m. here. So in about 25 minutes, 24 minutes. And then Dominion Markets as well, bringing, again, like another highly illiquid market of silver, making that more liquid and 24/7 tradable and tokenized. So we got 2 cool ones. So stay with us here for the next 30 minutes. In the meantime, Josh, what do you think about the cohort so far of incumbents?
Yeah, I think it's good to see these companies come through. I love this style of like public fundraising in a way where it's like, come talk about what you're doing, what you're building, and then have people join. And I think people want to invest in the next FOMO. People want to invest in the next Oro. People want to invest in the next, the next big startup. And so, if they can get connected with a founder, and our job here is just to kind of shed light on what people are building their experience. Like, for instance, Go Save, I wouldn't have known the team was that experienced and well connected unless we had talked to them. It's not clear in their, website and, overly clear in their branding that like, this is people who are deeply a part of the travel and hotel booking industry. So as an investor, I'd be like, oh, I want to bet on, you almost bet on teams as much as anything. I thought the guy with the neobank was really interesting. Sorry, go ahead, Dom.
And we can go through each of these, but I think, look, if we're directionally correct on where we're headed in terms of, the social brokerages account and people sharing ideas and thoughts, well, it's going to be natural that you see more of these Shark Tank interviews, pitches, get to know the team on a deeper level, something we, in the past, we really aren't used to. And now we're seeing a bunch of forward-facing founders and notable founders, celebrity founders, I guess you could call it. And I think this will become a lot more normalized on social apps too. Like, I think that's part of the thesis, honestly. So
yeah. Throw up a couple of the other ones here. So
well, let's go through from start to top to bottom. Go Save. What do you just like? Let's get your thoughts here. So let's do Go Save. Haven't really seen this exact model. I'm familiar with the model, of course. Third-party booking sites, though. This gives a lot of the kickback and referral bonus to the people. How do you think about this? What are your general thoughts?
The first thing that came to my mind is when you were trying to book your travel to
in Abu
Met
Dhabi.
Dhabi and like you had no idea what you were doing. I was gonna say like, man, Dom needs some help on this front, but
Well, this is the same thing. This would have been the same situation.
yeah. I mean, real talk on this from investment standpoint, I want to see like some actual traction, right? So it's like, okay, you have all these APIs that are hard to get. You need to have some sort of permission to populate your site with these best top tier travel deals. And I'm sure there is some volume based deal system here. And so want to know what the numbers are like, have you done, if they came on and said, yeah, we've booked like $500,000 or even less, like, you know, $50,000 of travel on our site so far, like that would be like high signal to me. So it's kind of like a wait and see a little bit.
Yeah.
You know,
Very early, very early stage here.
Very early stage. I think he mentioned that each point is like $1 equivalent, which I'm not sure I fully.
Each 100 points is $1, I think.
Okay,
right?
each 100 points. So
18,000 would be 180.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was like 18,000.
I'd be about booking up all these hotels.
Yeah.
No.
So want to hear traction, you know.
Yeah, I think numbers are important. And I think, you know, also again, like digging into with something that is a little bit pre-revenue or doesn't really have much of those numbers, is just like how they'll be able to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. And if it's not like the numbers, it's like, what is 1 point equals 1 cent? Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks.
It's like, what is the marketing engine at the top of the funnel, right? Like, you know, you have 1 million SMS, 1 million emails, but like, you know, is that your data? Is that first party data? Is that, you know, third party data lists that you're purchasing? So a little bit of clarity would have helped, because that would also institute, like, can you drive demand down the funnel? And then, you know, once you get a little bit of data there, it's like, how do you refine that funnel further? And it seemed like their tech guy was pretty sharp. So yeah, if he's building that funnel out, that's what I like to understand on these types of businesses.
Yeah. I mean, he hit the nail on the head too when he said, look, like people just want the best deal. If they can get a great deal, they're going to take it, as long as there's like the slightest bit of trust layer here. We know all these third-party sites. I'm not going to group this into that, but like generally these third-party sites are pretty sketchy. Like they're pretty sketchy. You don't really know if it's going to go through. You don't know if you're going to get the hotel. So it's like, if there's even an inkling of trust, people are just going to try to get the best deal. So I think, you know, something to note. So, okay. That's Let's Go Save. I think after that we had Vail on. What are you thinking about Vail?
Guy has a big Instagram following. I don't know much about his, you know, business and what he actually does and what people pay him for specifically, beyond, you know, what a mastermind is. I think masterminds are very high level kind of like thing, you know, what do people pay you for kind of thing. But really sharp founder. I mean, you kind of need like a main character with any of these types of businesses. And he has a huge audience, and he's definitely a main character type. Seemed like a really nice guy as well. So
yeah, you know, it would really be interesting to get the ICMrun's takes on these, because you know, there's something here that sets these apart, that make them want to incubate and bite on these. It's just difficult again, because this is another, I would say, getting to be a very saturated industry where a lot of people are competing on the cards, a lot of people are competing on the neobanks. So again, like, what is that edge? How do you edge people out? You know, in this case, it seems like he's leaning a lot into the relationships, leaning a lot into the debanked and business to business. You know,
it's a marketing game at the end of the day, I think, with these. And if you look at his page here, like this page is, you know, is like someone who's successful, right? I mean, I'm assuming he's successful, but like if you're a consumer and you're on the outside looking in, oh, there, shout out Toronto. You kind of, this is like the top of funnel, right? You know, drive people in and then drive them to your different businesses and your products. So I'd like to see that they're able to market, or Kane is able to market at this top of funnel level here, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, social media is one thing, guys. Like anyone can post anything, but can that, you know, filter down? I thought his valuation was extremely reasonable. If everything in terms of everything he's working on is on point, I mean, $10 million valuation seemed pretty reasonable for the types of deals. I like the angle of also using a Laotian banking. I don't know much about the Laotian banking industry, but I think there's some uniqueness there. So.
Yep. And for the record, guys, it looks like at the end of the stream, we'll be able to get Mercy on for a little bit, maybe to just talk us through his thesis on some of these and why the mentors chose to incubate these. And maybe,
and
like,
guys, as Dom mentioned, like, we don't know anything about these projects coming in. Like, we are like you guys, just going through our process, our top-down process, founder, product, market, tokenomics, if they're raising a tokenomics, and then the raise details. Like, we're going through it like you guys are going through it.
Yep. And then lastly, we had Dapital, which this one piqued my interest. I think mainly because of directionally where we're headed, and I tend to agree with this. But thoughts on Dapital?
Yeah, I like the not using the whenever I place a trade, everyone's following me or selling thing. I think the watch list, the way he's done the watch list, as I mentioned it, I think is really, really interesting and kind of removes some of the social pressure to hold some bags. And, it's more like, oh, I signaled this idea first, I'm going to get into it. What I would like to have heard, though, I will say is that trending algorithm is important, right? Discovery on these platforms, people and traders will migrate to platforms where they think they have an edge. And if you can try and help people, convince people they have an edge on the product, I think you'll see some success. Everything else is table stakes, trade execution, the fees, the mobile app, like that's all table stakes. A lot of people competing there, but if you can really get this watch list component and that algorithm, I think you got something special.
Yeah, I also think just like having an offering that people want is important. Like, I think it's very clear people really, really want early stage private equity. We seem to have much more today of this like gambling, high risk, high volatility mindset. Even if you look at traditional markets being extremely volatile, these last couple months, just seems like ever since Trump got in office, the markets have just been very volatile since that even happened. And so, like, I think people are more accustomed to volatility these days, and they want access to early stage, really early stage in some cases, companies. I don't know. I think I'm still pretty convinced that that's kind of the niche to crack, is how can you offer a very robust pipeline of early stage private equity where, again, you might have a 1 out of 10 hit rate, but the one that hits is going to turn into maybe not necessarily a unicorn, but something magical. So I don't know. I still think that offering the things that people want is just number one. So
yeah. Thanks, Pierre, for retweeting the stream. Appreciate you. And by the way, when are you coming back on MCG? Like, what's Collat doing these days? We want to hear from you. So if you're listening,
not sure if you were busy today, but we would love to have you on today's demo day, because
Pierre, we got like 15 minutes before CPT. I might even just fire you the link if you're around. No pressure to join, but like thanks to the chat too, guys. Thanks for the comments. Appreciate all the love in the chat. Appreciate you.
The best, man, the best. But yeah, I believe I do believe Collat's incubated by ICM.run, or their newest like vertical is, but maybe I'm off on that. Maybe I'm off on that.
Who knows what Mercy's got cooking up? He's got a lot of things in the pipeline. Do you want to do a quick check-in on markets and just like back to the normal?
Sure. We got a couple minutes. We'll just riff off here on some markets for okay, so Bitcoin's kind of ranged today, and yeah, I got it pulled up. All right, sweet. Yeah, Bitcoin's kind of ranged today, again, sitting at the top of the range, which is nice. I think like this is the key for Bitcoin if you're looking at it. Okay, maybe I give a top down because maybe there are a lot of people here. Oh, actually, we got Pierre in here, so maybe we just actually save this for the end of the show.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
let's pull him up. Pierre.
Hey guys, I just wanted to jump in 5 minutes because I was listening to the show. Obviously, you guys are always like nailing it. ICM.run is having also kind of like a great first cohort. Yeah. So yeah, just super excited to be watching that. On Collat's front, yeah, we've been also shipping some different products recently with a Foundry.ai. Essentially a permissionless launchpad where you can do your custom tokenomics and essentially also open some staking pool and do some revenue sharing with your holders, whether it's USDC or Sol. So yeah, we've been working hard as well. and in general, I think is great. Also, when the markets are calm, this is where builders do what they do best. So I'm just super bullish on what's going on.
I saw this and it seemed like your first launch or your debut did really well. I mean, you've already got 18.1 million in trading volume, it looks like. Can you walk us through a little bit about what Fundry actually is and how it kind of gives back to the community? I think that was a big part of this, if I recall. And you're muted
You
here for us,
sir are
Pierre.
muted. Yeah.
Maybe
Okay, it looks like I can't hear you guys.
no.
Oh, now I can. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. No. Sorry. So yeah, I was asking about.
Just super bullish on ICM in general. I don't know if you had any follow up questions or thoughts. I didn't hear.
Can you hear me, Pierre? Are you?
No, I think he's here. I'm gonna probably toggle him down and ask in Telegram, or maybe
can you hear you, Josh? Sounds like.
Can you hear me, Pierre?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I'll ask the question because Dom, sorry, you and Dom are not connected for some reason. Dom, can you just give me the question? I'll relay it real quick.
Yeah, the question's going to be, walk me through Fundry. It seems like it's had pretty good success on the initial launch here, 18.1 million in volume. Explain that.
Yeah, Dom wants to ask about your traction so far, 18.1 million volume. I see you have a slight boost in the creator fee. Can you just talk about the early traction here and what interesting projects have come through?
Yeah, 100%. So we essentially launched kind of like the final version of our launchpad in September. And so, we have been starting with a few OWAs as most of the people who knows Collateralize have been seen. And so essentially, we had like a pretty decent spike of volume and transactions at that time. And then we've been also, as I was just mentioning, shipping Fundry. So we are also seeing some, I would say, more early stage projects that are looking to do some alternative funding and using Fundry as a way to do that. We have amazing founders like Lect as well, who's been opening up a staking pool. So the founder of Foundry, not Fundry, but Foundry, that has been absolutely. So he's been building onto our tech. We have Camillo.ai as well, who launched on Pump, but is really leveraging the power of Fundry to enable their AI agents to launch their own coins and deploy staking programs and stuff like that. So we've seen some pretty good traction. I think overall, 18.7 mil in trading volume over the last few months, translated in roughly like 400K in revenue. So now, the goal for us is really to double down on that and bring that on-chain visibility across the markets. And obviously, kind of like the good thing here is that all the Colla holders who are staking the token are eating 80% of what we generate as a company for revenue. So really building towards the community and for the community as well here.
Talk to me a bit about Collat. I mean, everyone knows you for Collat, and just want to maybe talk about that transition from Collat to this. Is Collat still a product that you guys are working on, and this is in addition to that, or is this a rebranded version of Collat?
No, it's a very good question, but just want to clarify super easily. So Collateralize is the company incorporated. We have been shipping a mobile app, then an RW Launchpad, and then this platform, which is a permissionless. And we just changed the wording and the branding, just not to affect the RWA side of things. But you have to see it more like what MetaDAO has done with Futardio. Right. It is really kind of like the same company, but just like launching an alternative permissionless product. And so this is what we've been building on.
Awesome. Great answer there. Dom asked if this works with Bedrock, or just maybe talk a bit about your work with the Meteor team. And I don't know if you have any comments around ownership or Bedrock, etc.
Yeah, so I mean, everybody here knows Meteor are absolute goats in the industry. So we're building with them. All our tech is also relying on their AMM and bonding curves and other mechanisms as well. So big shout out to Meteor for that. Obviously, the most important tech stack onto what we're building. And then with regards to ownership, I think like there are two things into that whole concept. First is what you have as a holder in terms of legal protections, and B is, and what we believe is kind of like the most important, is like rev share, right? Because like having access to equity type tokens of something that doesn't bring revenues, like to me it is kind of like interesting, but like most startups go to zero, whereas having direct ownership of the revenue is definitely the path that we are looking at. And then in terms of Bedrock, we're obviously talking with Soju and some of the folks at Meteor to see how we can best leverage the infra and the structure that they're building.
Right. Talk to me a bit about the pipeline of projects or products that are launching through this. Are they like agents, or are they RWAs? Like, are they project teams? Like, are they meme coins? Like, what's have you found a niche that really works with your community yet?
Yeah, so we build our own RWAs, right? That has been our moat since the very beginning. So we built some of the tech and most of the tech that we've been essentially launching to markets around that. We've seen some pretty good traction on that front. The other thing is with the markets and liquidity and volume and activity going down, obviously funding some of these RWAs with higher, market caps and raise targets is obviously a bit more hard. And we've seen demand from kind of like lower low raise assets to no raise assets also emerging. So we've been building on an opportunistic way, thinking of okay, like the markets are asking for a little bit of resilience, and so we built the different platforms. But obviously now we can support anything, right? From RWAs that are looking to raise capital, to have their token trading and liquid, which is probably the most important thing in RWAs. But also at the same time have the possibility for agents, but also early stage startups to build onto what we're doing. So we obviously are talking with a few early stage startups. Some of them have already launched into what we're building. We have some memes. I mean, we have a lot of different things, but obviously we have the focus where the market is looking at. And in this current time, we have some interest on RWA, so we are definitely doubling down on bringing some unique pieces to the launch pads, but also kind of like satisfying the demand on the market for alternative assets.
Awesome. We have a couple minutes left here. I want to ask, you mentioned no raise assets. What's an example of a no raise asset? Is that like a meme coin, or is it just launched on a bonding curve and just kind of goes crazy?
Exactly. No, exactly. Bonding curve type launch. But the thing is, like, compared to all the other launch pads where you essentially have to buy out your own supply, the model that we have enables you as a founder to essentially select how much of the token supply you want by design, right? So like we have the Totally config that is essentially mimicking what Totally thinks as the ideal capital formation structure. So that is 80% to the team that is automatically vested on bonding for a year. And so essentially having that deployable within like a second. So really having the flexibility for anyone that wants to launch coins. We have now the know-how and the technical infrastructure to do that at scale. So just super excited for that.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk around like supply control being an important component to some of these launches versus like 100% fully diluting is kind of tough unless it's like a meme coin or something. You have like, so these are parameters that are customizable, or are you guys putting forward templates for teams?
It's essentially templates. So if you go into foundry.ai, you just click launch a coin, you'll see different features on how to deploy. And so literally in 3 clicks, you can decide how you want to structure your coin and go live in literally seconds. And then you'll be earning from trading fees. You'll have the possibility to do some revenue sharing, opening a staking pool as a founder, and then distributing, for example, a portion of your earnings or revenues into that staking pool so that the holders have directly access to that.
Amazing. And then lastly,
for example.
Yeah, awesome. Dom has it actually here on screen. What is the builder? Is that what you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, I just wanted to showcase, right? If you go down to, for example, the Totally config, you'll see that everything here, as a founder, you'll be earning 1 to 2% of the trading fees, and then you have all of your supply locked for 1 year, right? So that also gives the investors the transparency on the fact that the tokens will be locked into Jupiter at the moment it bonds as well. So giving more, kind of like protection on that front.
Amazing. Is this like what Toli has recommended to you guys in terms of the template? Very cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Very cool. This site's amazing, by the way. I love how the thing is kind of like an aim finder. Really, really cool. Lastly, you're here on the Icmrun demo day. Are you being incubated by Icmrun, or are they incubating launches on your launch pad, or what's the relationship there?
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've been discussing on different ways for how to feed the ICM staking pool. And so Fundry has been one of the solutions here for, as an alternative for people who want to raise capital. In this case, you won't be raising capital, but you'll be deploying your coin. So we are working towards that and kind of like feeding the ICM staking pool on that front.
Love it. We got to leave you there, Pierre. Thanks for hopping up here for a quick update. This has been a long time coming.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Excited to see the next steps.
Yep. Congrats on the product launch.
Thank you. See you guys.
Awesome. All righty. Sweet. Well, just in time for Roman here from Impulsor, good friend of the show.
We got to get a mic check from Roman here real quick.
Yeah, let's just
2 thumbs up.
Hey, guys.
Roman?
Well, that's funny. I can't hear Josh anymore.
No. Okay, well, this will be,
all right,
this will
I'll
be
reset.
my lead then. We'll let Josh reset. But Roman, obviously,
can I restart that? Let me just reconnect. Let me see if that fixes it.
Yeah, that's
just
important. We'll let you do that. In the meantime, we'll pull up Impulsor. I'll prep you guys. Impulsor, friends of the show, we've had them on plenty of times. Roman has been out and about doing his rounds. Yeah, we're stoked for CPT2. One of our personal favorites, one that I do hold, for full disclosure. And yeah, we'll have them talk. This is, I think we're going to get some updates in there, but for the most part, introduced to everyone that's not familiar. But
hey guys,
Roman.
Okay, Dom, I can hear you. Josh, say something.
Yep.
Oh, I can hear Josh. Wow.
Perfect.
Roman, welcome back. Let's start off at the top. We know plenty about Impulsor, but I think there is maybe a new audience in here and some people that are unfamiliar. So can you just give us a bit about yourself and an elevator pitch on Impulsor, and then we'll get into some of the updates.
All right, sure. So I'm Roman. I'm a chief problem officer, as I like to call it. I always break.
Do you create the problems or solve the problems?
Both. It's both. Symbiotic relationship. I also break everyone's audios. Other than that, we also at Impulsor make end user solutions leveraging advanced technologies, primarily contactless power transfer. Contactless power transfer is similar to wireless power transfer. We just like to emphasize that there's no physical connection in any way. So we can transfer energy to IoT and low power devices using radio frequency power transfer. We can power consumer goods, robotics, drones with magnetic resonance, which is similar to induction, but it works over a little bit more of a distance. And then we have laser power transfer, which is probably the most exciting and sci-fi version, whereby we use a high power laser beam to charge moving vehicles, whether it's drones or something else. So that's in a nutshell what we do.
And can you talk us through a bit about the market here? I think you guys are operating in pretty unique field. Not a lot of people are familiar with it. So maybe tell us about the market and why this is exciting stuff.
Yeah, so we operate in chief audio problem officer. That's right. Yeah, we operate in so there's several silos. Industrial applications is one of them. This is whereby you deploy IoT devices, smart sensors, such as like temperature or humidity sensors, or for example, vibration sensors. We also partner with a company called LifeFinder, whereby we deploy wearable IoT devices that keeps personnel safe. We also have another vertical where we we're creating consumer goods solutions. So we're basically creating a solution whereby you can take your phone into a space, whether that's a cafe or your home or whatever, and your phone charges in a way that you don't think about. It's sort of like connecting to Wi-Fi. It's sort of like, I guess, passive charging, I guess could be a way to frame it. It's kind of difficult to imagine because it just doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, this is like a life problem that like every like husband or boyfriend has, where their wife checks their battery and it's like 5% and then they get dunked on. So I would really appreciate this because I'm terrible at charging my phone. I hate plugging it in.
Mine
I
lives
always
on
forget.
20%.
Like if it's not sitting perfectly on the induction charging pad, it
That's
doesn't
right.
work. So I like this solution way better. The day
Yes.
that people experience wireless power transfer charging, I
or
think will be game
contactless,
changing.
let's say. We
Sorry,
like say contactless,
power
CPT.
charging. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's completely different, you know. It sort of enables a new way of operating, where you're not thinking about power. It's just already there. Similar to how Wi-Fi works, right? We just expect it to be there. And I guess in the near future, when you go to your Starbucks or something, and maybe at some point you'll say, well, how come there's no contactless power transfer in this place? You know,
Are we
like
starting
how
to
people
see?
ask for Wi-Fi, right?
Are we starting to see the early inklings of this at all? Like, are we starting to see this get adopted and work and weave into like reality at all anywhere?
On the consumer side, no, not yet. Magres is very, very novel. Literally just got on the market. We were at a trade show in Germany, Embedded World. I think I posted some videos on my account. You'll be able. Oh, not that one. That's just a massively long bicycle.
That was personal.
Okay, so that's me and the Powercast team. I think there's the next post should be a video. Yeah, if you click on that.
Yeah.
So this is Alan. So there's some IoT devices there, cricket ball, transmitter. Then you'll see also maybe some magres devices on the side. You have see there's a lot of there's like a keyboard. There's the magres. Yeah, so there's a wide variety of products that we can do. So this magres. So look how thin that tablet is. That's sort of that panel. That is the magres right there. If you keep going, there's like a white panel that Alan was holding up right at the end. No, right at the end. Right at the end of the there it is. So that is the magres panel, and there's a tiny wire with resonant couplings around the edge of that wire, and then anything in or around that panel will be charging, and that could charge something up to 20 watts. So that's absolutely massive. I mean, right now the biggest receiver we have is 8 watts, but we can boost it a bit. And if you look on the bottom left-hand side there's another panel, and it's got a bunch of lights there. Right, yeah. So you see they don't mind the position or the alignment. You basically, anything around this thing is charging. So you can imagine, you know, you can have a desk, you can have this panel on your desk, right? And then your phone, your keyboard, everything, your lamp, everything is charging off that one panel.
Could you do us a favor? I want to talk about this this convention and some of the updates, but maybe again just update us on some of the numbers, high level stuff that you guys have achieved over the last couple months. We know Patrick's been in saying mode, you've been on the grind, the team's just working hard, full steam ahead. So maybe some numbers that are going to stick with some of the listeners here.
Well, some numbers. I mean, really,
stats, updates,
stats and updates. Well, we from this trade show alone. So from just this trade show, we've got 120 potential sales leads. So that's pretty impressive. We were only there for a couple of days. We had phenomenal companies come down, household names, national laboratories come down as well. So really interesting potential clients there. We've also in conversation with a very large distributor for maritime solutions. They service about 3,000 to 4,000 assets at sea. That's ships, oil rigs, that we're planning to conclude a deal, and then they'll be our designated exclusive distributor for all our products. So it's really progressing quite quickly. Our company hasn't been around for that long, but our partners, which is PowerCast, with whom we have an exclusive strategic partnership with, they've been doing this sort of technology for 22 years. They sold about 30 million units in the last 24 months, predominantly in the US. And our agreement is that we have to take them to the world. So that's the sort of scale that we're talking about.
Quick question from chat here. Darth Infernal says, what would it take to charge everything in a medium-sized home?
Okay, so I believe the average house, this from memory, I think the average house is operating about 2 kilowatts. Well, actually, I don't know. Is that 2 kilowatt hours or okay? Basically, it depends which technology we use. So for radio frequency power transfer, it's very low power. So it's really about powering like less than 1 watt. So that's really enough for some TV remotes, some smart sensors. So that's not going to be enough to power the home. To power a home, we do have.
So I have the data here. So the average U.S. household is about 30 kilowatt hours of electricity per day.
Right. So, okay. So basically, that level of power we could do with magres. We can do induction because we don't talk about it, but we also have the ability to do induction. So you can do with induction, you can do with magres, you can do with laser. I don't think the world is ready yet to power every home with laser, simply because that's a very high power laser, and I'm not sure how you're gonna get around that. But magres is possible to do a lot of things in the home with magres, such as appliances, potentially your car. All of these things are possible with magres.
Crypto Jones says, how do you plan on bringing contactless charging to consumers? For instance, phone charging. Could you sell a dongle?
Yeah. Yes. So we are working on basically like a phone case and a transmitter unit. So the transmitter unit, you'd buy the transmitter unit. It'll be a beautiful device. Think of it like a sculpture, which emits this magnetic field, and then your phone would basically have a like a very thin phone case. The receiver unit for magres is extremely thin. It's like call it less than 3 millimeters in width. So it's very thin, very low profile, attaches to your phone. That's what we're bringing out eventually. We're working on it right now.
Can you touch on this exclusive sale distribution partnership you have for some of the products here?
Sure. I mean, basically, PowerCast is a very special sort of company. They are the absolute leaders in the technology side of the business. You know, they really do have the best RF and the best magres, if not the only magres that's available. But what they don't have is enough sales force. And I think we add our value add is that we can do sales, we can do marketing, we can do distribution because of a team. And also we have expertise in certain areas that they don't. So for example, branding and marketing, we're very good with that. And I think Powercast is perhaps a little bit lacking in that department. I mean, they would probably they have expressed that already themselves. So we kind of complement each other. And yeah, we're basically taking their products, their tech, and selling it around the world. That's our job. We can sell it basically how we want. And we can also take components that they have and produce our own products as well. So it's a very flexible agreement. Great guys, and it's basically about leveraging our two strengths to be able to rapidly expand for both companies. So it's a good relationship.
And so on this note, to help this really resonate with people, they've sold about 30 million units in the last 2 years inside the United States, correct? And now
mainly inside the US, yeah, sure.
And so now they've given you distribution rights to go and take these products, future products, and distribute them outside the US.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any projections? And Duster said, since the Powercast partnership, has Impulsor landed any deals outside of the US on behalf of Powercast? What's the timing and strategy look like for landing those deals? Maybe projections, maybe talk a bit on this note as well.
Yeah, so basically the vast majority of the current products that Powercast has is industrial products, so like smart sensors and IoT devices. To land those customers takes between like 3 months to like even longer, 6 months usually, because these are major industrial customers. So for example, an airport, right? And so they need to really validate everything. So it takes time. So what we would like to achieve, what we're aiming to achieve, is to get to at least a couple million components sold or units sold around the world in the first 12 months and to pick it up from there. Obviously, it's very dependent on some of our conversations with some really big companies. I mean, I'm in conversations with one company that if we finalize the deal, I mean, we basically could sell tens of millions, hundreds of millions of units within the next 3 years. So, but with these sorts of levels of customers, it takes time to get those sales. So
can I ask about the types of products? So this specific customer you're talking about, is their process like, okay, we're in research and development for a specific product that's probably, you know, their lead for development is probably 12 months, at least for a hardware product, I would assume. So they're doing R&D on a future hardware product. They're saying, hey, we want to put, you know, a 3mm little MagRes pad inside it. It needs to be these exact specifications. And then you're going back to Powercast and saying, here's the requirements of the, you know, the RFP or whatnot. And, you know, we have the deal ready to go. Can you manufacture a demo? They test in the product. Okay, it works. You know, let's go order, you know, 5 million units of that or whatnot. Is that how kind of this works with industrial design?
That's exactly how a lot of these guys work, right? So they come down and they say, all right, look, we have to fix this issue. We were thinking about doing it with a battery or a wire. Can you do it with RF or MagRes or laser? And we say, yes, we can do it like this. And then you explore, and that's how you basically end up with this very long timeline. But then you get this huge order at the end. Yeah, so That's exactly how it works. I mean, the other way it could work, and I'll use this example. So I'm talking to some guys that are deploying server racks in data centers. And temperature is really important in these data racks. So like, let's say the data rack is designed a certain way, and you have temperature sensors that are wired already in certain positions. But if the engineer comes in and goes, you know what, I think just by the fact that our building, this side of a building is facing south and the sun is, basically warming up the side of the building, I have a suspicion that this is why these servers are getting much hotter on this side of the building than the other side. But how do I prove that? So right now, all of those sensors are wired, so you can't move them around. Whereas with these radio frequency energy harvesting, because a data center has a lot of ambient RF already there, you don't even need the transmitter. You just put it wherever you want. So with our sensors, you can put it wherever you want. If you want, you can put it here, you can put it there. You can move it around. You can do whatever you want. You can put it on the wall. And that's how you collect that data and basically have an improved solution and bring value back to the business.
Have you guys, more questions, the chat's going crazy right now. Have you guys thought about some sort of sticker you could maybe stick on the back of a phone case or something? That's Crypto Jones' question. I guess the sticker would have,
yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Crypto Jones always comes out with great comments, great memes. Okay. Basically, we're doing an induction sticker. So sticker, induction, and then on the other side of the sticker is the magres. So you basically have a magres transmitter, magres receiver to an induction adapter, which then sits on your phone, and your phone has already got an induction system on there, right? So that's the kind of the way to do it for now, but eventually manufacturers will just integrate the magres into the phone eventually.
Got you. Another question, Darth Infral says, are you guys in discussions with any defense industry like Andrew, Lockheed, etc.? How are you guys thinking about that?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say too much. I think Patrick might be. I can't say too much of that, but Patrick
might be. He might be watching too, and he gets mad at you when you leak too much.
Yeah, I tend to say too much.
Yeah. We have the more leakier bucket in terms of alpha of the two.
Yeah. Well, actually, on the holders chat, Patrick did leak something a little bit, but that's fine. Were you guys there on the holders chat? I don't think you made it.
We couldn't. We were live. We can't ever make them because they always seem to coincide with our streams.
Oh, I mean, Patrick.
And you don't want us really restreaming you don't want us restreaming the Google Hangouts link. That would be very bad. So we won't do that.
All right. But so I've got a little bit of leeway today.
Maybe just generally, are you having some of these interesting discussions? Like, are there big? How big are the people you're talking to? Maybe if you can't answer specifically, like an Android.
Well, I mean, just one of the potential customers we're talking to is worth like $140 billion. It's just one. So yeah,
that's
just landing one of these guys is going to be huge. Yeah.
Got you. Maru, just going through here, guys. Oh, here for that S-Drone demo soon. How's the demos looking? I remember you were talking about that.
Let's do the demos. I'm gonna post some more videos about the PowerCast products and those demos. So you're gonna see a lot about IoT, smart sensors. I'll just post those. I'll show the magres demo from PowerCast. then we're doing do you remember right at the beginning, I think in December or something, we were talking about that MagRes drone hanger.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just for context, DARPA is developing this swarm drone system. Basically, you have like 250 drones, and it's like in a 250 drones in a box, basically. And then they like plug it in to charge it with like wires, right? So you're charging all of these with wires. With our MagRes thing, you can basically charge all of them at the same time, which is pretty great. So the MagRes drone prototype demo, we should be showing that sometime this month.
Oh wow!
I
Like
am
within the
told
next
it's
20
ahead of
days then?
schedule. Sorry?
This month is in before like the month ends here in like 15,
Yeah.
20 days.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, March. Sometime in March. Yeah.
Mm.
I've been told by the guys in Fribourg that it's basically ready and they're just playing around with it right now. But that's going to be huge because it allows you to charge multiple units at the same time, potentially have even charging while it's flying, which would be also kind of radical. And the benefit of that is, let's say you had this charging station, this drone hangar that we talked about in December. You could fly in drone type A into it, charge that, then 10 minutes later you could have 12 smaller drones fly into it and charge it all at the same time. Or you can make it even bigger at some point, and you can have a humanoid robot walk into it and charge itself. And it's all working on the same frequency, using the same technology. So you could be like a petrol station or like a charging station for all sorts of things. So that's a pretty major innovation there. And on the S-drone side of things, we have a series of drones now, conventionally powered. We have not yet got the license to do the laser just yet. That's just a legal licensing question, but the drones are ready.
The drones are ready.
themselves are ready. Yeah, and they look like that. That's just a 3D render because our photos are a bit I don't like our photos right now, but that is built.
Got you. You guys have so many products. Sometimes it's kind of hard to like gauge where your main focus is right now. Like, what are you guys most locked in on, like at the current time being?
Okay, so basically, so we have Tim, who's a founder that has not yet appeared here. I hope one day he will.
No, I know, right?
He's a little shy, but it's all right. It's all right. He is working on Life-Finder and maritime solutions. He's been in that field for like 25-ish years. I'm looking into potentially bringing someone on for the industrial market. Right now, let's say 50% of the industrial market is handled by me, 50% by Tim. But we have some potential hires that we want to do there. For the developments and R&D, I'm leading those efforts. And for sort of financial questions and the military side, defense side of things, we leave that to Patrick.
Got you. Well, we got a couple minutes here before we have to jump. Maybe talk to us through what's coming next. What are you guys most excited for? I guess kind of roadmap, and just leave the people with something to get excited for.
Yeah, I mean, I think the MagRes drone hanger is absolutely massive. It really solves a fundamental solution, a fundamental issue that people have, which is how do you charge many things at the same time with one transmitter? So we're able to solve that issue. You could charge a drone, you could charge 20 drones, 200 drones, you could charge a robot, you can charge a vehicle, some batteries, whatever you want. So we're creating this, I guess, infrastructure-like solution that will allow people to charge whatever they want in a flexible manner. And that demo should be coming sometime this month. Obviously, we're very excited for all of the PowerCast products, the IoT smart sensor solutions. We're talking to really big distributors, brands, companies, and we're working to close those deals. And on the laser side of things, the S-drone, the drones are built and ready. We just need to get the license to do the 4 kilowatt transmission.
On the drone hanger, because this seems kind of like a new, not necessarily a new thing, but is this built based off a customer requirement and they're wanting to see like demonstration of it? Or is this something you guys think is big, want to demonstrate it and then go sell it?
Wow, that's a great question. Both, basically.
Okay.
Both. Yeah.
2 more questions and then we got to jump, guys. Crypto Jones, more questions from him. He said, does PowerCast hold any US patents?
So PowerCast has like 300 global patents for the radio frequency power transfer. And that is why they are the best people to work with, because first of all, you're not getting around their patents very easily. Some people have tried and failed. And that's why partnering with them is such a phenomenal opportunity for us. They have the best tech, the best patents. Yeah, they're by far the best. And of course, patents are important, but it's also very important who commercializes it. And their patents are in the core fundamentals of how the product works. So if we can take those components and put them into our products, they're fine with that, as well as us selling it.
And maybe mention your patents real quick, just because we're on the subject. You got a few, right?
Yeah. So we have filed a bunch of patents, and we're going to continue to do so, mainly in the laser side of the core technologies on the laser side. But of course, there's a lot of patents to be filed for how we use fundamental core components in other systems.
Sweet. Final question. Magra sounds like an excellent solution to all things around home security, cameras, drones, robotics. Is that a market you guys are targeting?
It wouldn't be Sang mode without targeting everything.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that puts the bow on top. We appreciate you, Roman, as always. We got to chat soon. And you guys got to give us the alpha, maybe in a private chat here that we missed the other day.
Would love to. All right.
Update us, please.
All right.
See ya.
See you guys.
Will do. Take care. Bye-bye.
Peace. Alrighty. Roman, always a pleasure. Love that guy. We can debrief a little more at the end here. That being said, we're jumping over to Dominion Market. We had them on not long ago, so we got Mark coming up to chat with us. And let's.
Has the race started? That's what I want to know. Mark, how you doing?
Hey guys, yeah, great. Thanks for having me back. Good to be back. And yeah, I think we kind of got rushed the other day. We blame Mercy. Mercy likes to hog the mic.
Well, then we'll give you got a full 30 minutes, even some wiggle room if you want, and we'll get the full breakdown here. We kind of got the full breakdown from you not long ago, but we want to make sure that we get that out on this call too. So we're just going to kind of go through the motions here of that again. So Mark, maybe start from the top, high level. Who is Mark? And then we'll get into Dominion Markets a bit more.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks. So I've been in crypto for 6 or 7 years. Previous to that, just did the typical corporate day job. Got into crypto, running a private members community. Really enjoyed that. It was more educational rather than like trading signals. And we were always super bullish on metals. But we also worked really closely with a top tier European exchange called Swissborg. I ended up going to work for Swissborg for a couple of years, doing BD, working with some KOLs. You know what it's like in crypto. You kind of lend your hand to every aspect of what needs done. Worked with loads of founders, met a few tokenized RWA projects, kind of pitched the tokenized silver project way back January last year, early, and worked on it for a bit, kind of in partnership with the tokenized gold project, but then decided to go and just found it myself and start and launch tokenized silver. Obviously, being in crypto for so long, working in different roles throughout the space, you have quite a good network. So kind of thought I'd lean on that and then build out the tokenized silver product. I think one of the biggest catalysts for me doing that was just realizing that the space is kind of going through a big change in terms of what people demand. Altcoins, have had a rough 5 years. And the RWA tokenization space seems like the natural progression for the space.
The numbers would certainly suggest that.
Yeah, definitely. I think people have kind of maybe not got bored, but obviously they've held on to altcoins for 4 or 5 years underwater, hoping for that one day where it pumps 100x. I don't think they're going to do that again. If and when they finally pump, I don't think we're going to see that again. I think the crypto market's kind of matured a little bit as well into yield, access to a diverse portfolio. I think those are going to become more important features in the market and in the space, which is just natural. The speculation phase is coming to an end. The adoption phase, where we actually use the products and hold the products, is going to be the next stage we go through.
Yeah, even earlier on this call, we had conversations about the kind of these brokerages of the future, the Robinhood-esque brokerages, and the access to 24/7 liquid markets, which are typically illiquid. I guess that's kind of where the journey starts, right? To get people's to get silver, tokenized silver in people's hands. I think we need to kind of adopt a new financial primitive around like brokerages and who's buying it. Maybe talk me through that. Who is the main buyer of silver here in your case? And what are some of the benefits of buying silver, and how are you guys targeting these people? I know it's a loaded question, so.
No, that's fine. I'm fine with that. So there's there's probably two main audiences. There's probably the people in crypto that make a bit of money and they want to just secure some yield going forward. I think I'm a big believer in that yield needs a proper conversation, because people talk about yield. If you're getting paid yield in USDC or USDT, say your yield's 6 or 7%. Well, if the US government decides to inflate the currency at 6 or 7%, your real yield's zero. So really, what is your yield and what's your real yield, I think needs a conversation. But anyway, I think that's one audience. But I think the bigger audience is the silver buyer, the people that want access to silver, they want access to metals. They obviously have saw what's going on in the world, and access to metals is quite hard in certain regions. But also they want 24/7 access. They want it to be liquid. They want to earn some yield. They want to be able to trade it. They want to be able to pledge it as collateral. They don't want a bar sitting in their home. They don't want to have to pay insurance. They don't want to have to, wait. One of the problems with physical silver is it's all well and good buying it, because you obviously know the price before you put your credit card in. But when you sell it, you don't really know the value, especially if you've taken physical delivery. You have to send it off. Somebody values it, make sure you looked after it, verifies it, and then they offer you a price. It's quite a slow, disjointed process, and I just can't see why anyone in an AI modern digital world would go through that process. Like a 21-year-old these days isn't going to do that. Not to mention the fact that people move around all the time these days. It's not like the 90s, 80s, 70s, where you pretty much bought a house, you stayed in it, and you lived in it for the next 40, 50 years. So holding physical silver was fine. The modern world, we move about. There's a lot more digital nomads. People want flexibility. Saw what's happened in the Middle East right now. If you've got 100K worth of physical metal sitting in your home in your private safe, what do you do with it? Because right now it's trading at a massive discount in the UAE. Well, while the paper market's just constantly spinning and driving prices higher. So there's a lot of problems with physical metal. And not to mention the fact that physical silver actually trades at a different price depending on what country you're in. So in the UK, you probably pay about a 45% markup on spot. Dubai, probably different right now. Canada, maybe a 5% premium. But some parts of the world, like China, they're trading, $30-$40 above spot right now, just because physical silver isn't available. The paper market spot price is just completely flawed.
Yeah, so I mean, we've seen that owning some of these assets and commodities is pretty much used as a hedge these days. Kind of an interesting question for you is we're seeing a lot of countries start to use QR payments, and it seems like they're going the digital route. I think soon that leads to them realizing that they can just barter with currency outside of that, their deflating currency or inflating currency that's soon becoming worthless or quickly becoming worthless. The question I guess I would ask you surrounding that is, do you ever think people are just going to start bartering with digital silver or digital gold, or do you think that's never really going to be the case for a digital version of this asset?
Yeah, probably you're right. To be fair, I think it's quite hard, especially us in the West, right? We think we understand the problems of the developing nations, but we don't really. And I was having this conversation with somebody today about Tether and how Tether's growth is like just astronomical in the developing world because they just can't hold. If you're in Argentina, you can't hold pesos. Like you just get wiped out. You could literally get wiped out by lunchtime. It's just insane the way their currency moves. Turkey, not much better. Egypt's terrible.
Many such cases.
Sorry?
Many such cases.
Yeah, pick a country. Like it's literally the A to Z of countries. So they hold dollars, but they're also waking up to the fact of inflation of dollars is a real issue. So, but the reason they hold Tether or USDC is because it's easy to access. It's on their phone. It's safe. No one really knows what they're doing with it. They don't have, they're not going to a cash machine and lifting notes. So there's no safety issues. We think we can also be in that conversation where, why wouldn't somebody in Colombia or Argentina or Nigeria want to hold digital silver in a wallet that they know no one can come around and inflate it away? Because, okay, the US dollar is just what's the phrase? It's just the cleanest shirt in the dirty shirt pile. It's still an inflating currency. It's just not inflating as bad as their currency.
Yeah.
Well, what happens if there's a limited supply, industrial demand metal that's been in existence for 5,000 years? Why not just hold that? And I do think once, the world kind of catches up, you've got neobanks coming on where you'll be able to spend anything at point of sale and it'll just convert into whatever the retailer wants. You won't really have to think about, I need to sell my silver to dollars to pay dollars. You'll just tap your phone and it'll just work it out in the background.
So, Mark, do you think this is a case for digital silver or something like Bitcoin as a solution?
I think a mixture. I think a mixture of both. I think if you hold some Bitcoin, you probably want to do smooth out the volatility, especially if you're in, if you're not in a privileged position where you can just zoom out 10, 15 years. I think Bitcoin's volatility is obviously smoothed out over the last couple of years, but still volatile. Like it's halved since October. If you're earning $5-6 a day, you can't really afford for your net worth to half in a couple of months. So yeah, I think there's diversification. I also think there's certain nations around the world that have a real affinity to metals. You think like India, a lot of countries love their metals. And right now there's not a really good tokenized silver product on the market. And I was speaking to somebody the other day and they were talking about how they grew up with their mum just buying metal every month, like gold and silver all the time. That was just their family tradition. Well, that's fine, but eventually the 19 or 20-year-old goes, that's great, but I don't really want to buy the physical. Can I just go and buy the digital? And I think the wealth transfer is going to drive that as well.
Okay, so maybe talk to me a bit about your model here, because you got 8 to 10% APY, which should, assuming that silver fluctuates, maybe it goes down a couple percentage. This should account for impermanent loss. How are you generating these yields? And how are you looking at the 8 to 10% number you guys have?
Yeah, sure. So I think first and foremost, we buy and hold the physical silver on our own balance sheet. So that's slightly different from most tokenized products because they normally lease the right to tokenize against a metal. So we physically buy and hold the metal, and then we use the token throughout DeFi, whether it be trading fees. We obviously need to peg the price, so we're going to have to arb trade the price to hold it steady pegged with silver. That's going to generate fees. our volume fees, and then we get paid a fee if people use it to borrow and lend, and then we can use it in perps dexes as well. So we basically capture all these fees as a business. We're quite a tight, lean team, so we don't have massive overheads. And actually, even silver is not a massive overhead in terms of storage. And we take all those fees and we buy more physical silver. And then whoever's locked up their silver tokens, we pay them the yield in silver tokens backed by physical silver. So really, it's like a full circular. We buy silver, we tokenize it, we generate revenue on it, we buy more silver, and we pay some people out yield.
Oh, and so the next question I had, the same question I asked you last time is, well, these yields are really good. Most people are earning 0% on their silver. And there are a lot of boomers out there that hold a ton of silver and would kill for 8 to 10%. How do you go and market to these people a solution for that?
Yeah, definitely. So the biggest thing we are working on right now, and we do have some ongoing discussions and potential partnerships about to come, where we actually just work with bullion dealers. So right now you could go to, let's pick a random bullion company, call them Texas Precious Metals. You can go to them and buy silver, but you don't take delivery. They store it for you, they insure it, they hold it for you. Well, we can plug it into the back end. So you can still go to that dealer, that bullion company, buy your silver, don't take delivery, but they can offer you a yield that we generate in the back end. So we just plug into the back end. The customer doesn't need a Phantom wallet or a Solflare wallet or whatever they need. They don't need MetaMask, definitely. They just come along, they just pay with a credit card, they get the digital receipt, and in the background we handle everything. So really the buying and selling doesn't change for the user. It's just that the bullion company uses us to generate the yield instead of what they do right now is they lease out the metal. And leasing out the metal is, to me, just rehypothecation, which central banks have done, and that's what's caused half the problem with money.
Yeah, so the people that are going and buying with their credit card, they're still earning the yield on the back end, which I think is pretty genius. How are you establishing these relationships with these bullion companies, and like what's their reaction when you come and say, hey, like this is a solution we offer and we'd love to plug into your business?
Yeah, so it's actually strange because I assumed they would look at me like I had 3 heads when I started talking tokenization, but they're all fully aware of it. Tokenization in the metal space, I actually think they're more aware than we give them credit. We attended PDAC, which is the biggest mining conference in the world, all gold, silver, copper, uranium, even miners. And like tokenization is a well discussed topic. They're very well aware of it. They just want to know the risks. So they want to understand how they get wrecked, basically. And we can kind of go through some of that in a minute, but they're well aware of it. We had a conversation with a CEO of one of the biggest silver holders in the whole of the US last week. And he was like, yeah, I'm open to it. Like it was literally a 15-minute call. He was like, yeah,
oh, wow.
Go and design it, come back to me, give me a couple of ideas, and I'll take it to the board and we'll see what we can do. They're so well aware of it because one thing they understand better than us and better than anyone is they can see the numbers, right? So they can see that their customer numbers average age used to be 65 and now it's coming down, but then there's a drop off and it's like, right, how do we capture the younger generations? It's why all your older brands now advertise on TikTok, because they need to capture the younger generation. And a lot of these precious metal dealers and bullion dealers, they're very aware that in order to capture the next generation of buyers, they need a modern solution. And we offer that. And also, they also recognize their speciality is buying, holding, storing metal. It's not building smart contracts, auditing smart contracts, generating yield through they don't care about all that. They want somebody to build a safe solution for their customers, and then they want to be able to advertise it and make money.
Yep, and I have this pulled up on the screen here. It says the tokenized gold market is $4.5 billion, whereas tokenized silver is at 350 million, and there's only one competitor, which I would assume gives them a pretty high valuation. Can you talk us through, maybe why you're choosing silver over gold and how that market's set to grow?
Yeah, of course. I think those numbers are probably a bit out of date. But there's definitely no silver. Actually, Solana Foundation just launched a product that shows you like all the variants of it's called tokens. But basically, you can go to gold and it shows you all the gold variants you can buy. If you go to silver, there's none on Solana. There is one tokenized silver product that operates on its own blockchain. The reason we chose silver was because we think it's massively underrepresented. The other side is gold is already quite saturated, but the other problem with silver is it's not easy for somebody to just go and mine silver. Silver's a byproduct. Also, they have the wrong silver price. I don't know if you
Yeah, I
noticed
was about
that.
to say
So-
that's way off.
yeah. Yeah, I'll give them some feedback. But yeah, you can't just go mine silver. Silver's a byproduct. So silver actually, majority of the time is mined by mining gold and copper. So we think that sets it up for a 5, maybe 6, 7 year real supply squeeze. And given that it's underrepresented, it makes perfect time to launch a silver product.
Interesting. And you are currently undergoing a raise. Can you talk us through a bit about what that's looking like? Maybe the just walk us through all the raise details and the valuation, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, sure. So we are in discussions to go public on the Toronto Stock Exchange later this year. So we are doing a pre-seed right now. We're valued pre-money 4.5 million. So we're raising 500K. So we'll be a $5 million valuation. We are also in the process of hopefully launching like a pilot, almost like an example. We're going to take a bit of silver, we're going to tokenize it and show everybody how it works. Obviously that's bullish for us because we can show everybody rather than just talking through it. But secondly, regulators who maybe aren't so familiar with this tech can actually get to grips and see what we're doing rather than just us tell them what we're going to do. So the pre-seed's live right now. We're working with Fair.club, which is an amazing new launchpad's probably the wrong phrase. It probably belittles it. But Fair.club basically works on your reputation, but it's gated. So we only get the best investors. And our raise is a pre-seed, governed by a safe, and it's equity in the company. The reason we are doing an equity raise is we don't really believe in having just a generic Dominion token. We think it's a distraction. We think it's a bit of a value extract. It'll never have rights in the company. Whereas if you were to buy equity in our company, you have exposure to the metal, but you also have exposure to the token revenue flywheel as well. So we think is the best option for investors. And with a public listing coming later this year, you're not going to be illiquid for too long, hopefully.
So wait, this is really interesting because everyone's trying to do like equity on chain and they're trying to do these workarounds. I mean, you're not saying token anchored equity. You're not using some sort of debt program. How are you guys able to sell actual equity in the company? Or there is not going to be a liquid tradable token until you do get a liquidity event here by listing on the stock exchange?
Yeah, so we're not going to tokenize the equity. We're just literally people will get shares in the company when we launch on the public market. One of the biggest reasons we've chosen that direction as well is regulation. Regulators have a hard enough time getting around tokenization, securities laws, all that. If we then add in a second token and try and pin it all together, the regulators are just going to make it really expensive and really time consuming to actually list. Now, most crypto projects don't talk about public listing. We do quite a lot. One of the reasons for that is we think the opportunity in RWAs lies in TradFi. Crypto's great. I love crypto. It's my background. It's where I got to. But it's like a few $1 trillion. Public markets, capital markets, just in the US is a few $100 trillion opportunity. We're not saying we're going to take a few $100 trillion, but if you look at some of the products on offering, there's a company called StreamX that did a tokenized gold product. Their market cap was $1.2 billion in December. The opportunity is just bigger, but you need to be regulated. You need to be compliant, and you need to do it first. I was talking to the Ontario Securities Commission today, and one of their problems with a lot of crypto projects is they go very degen and then try and go compliant and regulated after. And it's really hard to unwind all that degen stuff later on. So what we're saying is, let's just start regulated. It's going to be painful. It's going to be expensive. It's going to be slow. But we're not going to run into roadblocks in a year's time and then have to undo the entire business.
So I got to ask about the OSC process. Love my friends at the OSC. Years ago, the OSC was kind of made a reputation for being forward thinking in terms of letting, spot ETFs. Canada had the first listed spot ETFs, the first futures listed ETFs, the first ETFs was staking. So shout out to the OSC being forward looking on that. What is their stance on tokenized RWAs? Because I've not seen any guidance or anything from the OSC on that, but any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so we were when we were at PDAC, we were speaking on a panel on tokenization, and the regulator from OSC actually came to us after and said we'd love to connect.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
So there's two reasons, or maybe two agendas. One, they understand that tokenized assets is going to be huge, and I think they also understand Canada's in a fortunate position of having a lot of these resources. The quicker they tokenize them, the quicker they get the money back into the mining industry, back into the ground, and they get the metal out. So they can close that loop really quickly if they're slick. To be honest, the impression I get is they're very open to tokenization. They just want it done right. They're taking a lot of feedback from the industry. I mean, they were on the call for me for like half an hour just discussing things with no real, what's the incentive for them? Like they just gave up half an hour of their time today. They invited me to an event in April to discuss tokenization from, I can bring the crypto side and they can bring the regulation side. I think they're very open to it, and I think they're very open-minded. But I also think they see what's going on in the US and maybe other places. The FCA in the UK is terrible. MICA and Europe is so extreme. So I think they know that they've got an opportunity to get in first. The other thing is, and you'll know this, Canada let Ethereum go. Like Ethereum was established in Canada and they screwed them a little bit. And Ethereum left.
We had an opportunity for our pension fund to be invested in Ethereum at $14 million market cap. And today it's 150 billion or something like that.
I think that stings them a lot. And I think they're very well aware of it. And I think they don't want to make that same mistake with tokenized RWAs.
Yeah. So I got a lot of questions here because I'm from Toronto and I'm actually very kind of close to this regulatory environment in some ways. And I know some people have gone through this with stable coins, and recently they just allowed some Canadian dollar stable coin system. They've created a legal regulatory pathway for it. It seems like they're gearing up to create a legal regulatory pathway on the tokenized natural resources path, or what you're doing with mining, which is really great. But what I think I want people to take away from this is that unlike the SEC for almost a decade, there was no pathway. And so it's like now we're starting to see kind of the opportunity that at least this stuff can be regulated and can exist, which is kind of exciting. When you do your listing, are you listing on the CSE or Canadian Securities Exchange, or are you listing on the TSX Venture?
The TSX Venture.
Got it. Okay.
So we're merging with Shell. But yeah, you're so right. I think the OSC are
a Shell via an RTO reverse takeover. Okay, got it.
Yeah. No, like the regulators are super open to getting things done right. For us, the reason regulation is so important, and I know it's boring, people listening are probably like sick of hearing regulation, but I think the way the market's shifting is if you're not regulated, you're not going to have access to all this capital that's flowing into crypto. We went to an event last week. It was an allocator event in London. BNY was there. Some big banks were there. They all want access, but they're not going to just buy some degen crypto coin on Radium. Like they need regulated rails. They need regulated products. And that's really what we are going to try and focus on.
I got you on this Crypto Jones question. I think just to summarize this line of thinking, you're going for a public listing. I actually, well, I used to work for a Canadian publicly listed company. My CEO worked at one of the big underwriting firms, and he worked for BitGo, the mining firm, and took that public as well. And did really well doing that. So if you need any help there, I have a bunch of relationships. Any other metals you're interested in doing similar? Personally, palladium Crypto Jones is a palladium bull. I always see him talking about palladium. Any thoughts on other metals or just silver?
No, we're going to be silver first and then other metals. We've already been approached by a couple of metals. I guess I could say that copper and nickel. They'll probably be in our agenda once we prove the model. Like I say, we told people we were tokenizing silver, and everybody's like, "No, can you tokenize this? Can you tokenize that?" Which is pretty cool. Palladium is massively undervalued. 75% of the world's palladium is in South Africa. South Africa is probably not the most stable country in the world. If something happened in South Africa, palladium prices are about to absolute moon. So yeah, I get why he's bullish on palladium. But yeah, palladium will probably be on our roadmap. But for right now, we just want to get silver off the ground. 100 million TVL is kind of our goal. And then we can start talking other metals after that. But then once we do it, it's a copy and paste, isn't it? So it's really the first one that's tough. And then after that, we could probably roll out metals much faster.
And so back to the TSX Venture, I mean, the Canadian Stock Exchange is the best performing stock exchange globally this year. The last 12 months, the TSX index is up like 40%, where the S&P is up like 14%, and the NASDAQ is maybe flat at best. So for those that are looking at the Fair Club launch, I mean, this is a really attractive opportunity, I think, and anything in the resource, tokenization, forward thinking, if you get an OSC kind of exemption letter, I think it just adds to the story. And I think there's a lot here, to be honest.
Yeah, and that's the plan, is the OSC want to offer us an exemption long term. We actually are working with them. We're going to be, like, we want to be quite friendly. Like, I think a lot of crypto people want to be like, the regulators, but really you need to play ball with them.
I've written them letters, man, for years. So just so you know, I put some groundwork in here with the OSC.
And one of the things is, like, they just want it to be done proper, and then what they really want is to do it properly once and then just copy it to everybody else. So we can be their guinea pig. I'm fine with that. But yeah, it's really exciting, and I think Canada's got a lot going for it right now. In terms of, obviously, mining is massive, natural resources is massive, but also if they nail this, then they're going to capture a lot of business.
Yeah, let's look at this real quick, Dom here. Walk us through this raise so far. Three commits? 4.
Yeah, so you'll know yourself, like being an equity investor, it's a bit more slower. It's not like crypto where you just open the floodgates and everybody piles in with $5, $10, $50. It's a safe, so people need to be an accredited investor and they need to invest 5K minimum. So it is a bit more of a stumbling block, but it's one of those as well. We've got a lot of soft commits. We're just trying to convert them right now. So you'll see that ticker jump up over the next couple of days. By the end of the week, we think we'll have some solid commitments there.
So this is only accessible to accredited investors at the moment.
Yeah. Just because it is an equity raise and it is going to be a public offering. Yeah.
Got it. All right. Well, any last departing words you want to leave the people with? Maybe what you're working on, bit of call to action here, and then we got to jump over to Mercy.
Yeah, of course. Check out the site. Check out fair.club if you want to DM us. We'll share some invite codes. I think one of the things I never give a shout out to, and it's a remiss of me, is we've established a team which is absolutely one of the most credible teams. I think we've got probably about 40 years of metals experience and probably about 20 to 30 combined years of crypto experience, all put together in this superstar team. So we're building something big. We think it's going to be massive. And that's why we're trying to do it slow and steady, because we actually think running out of physical silver might be our issue long term. So yeah, super excited. Check it out. Drop us a DM. Crypto Jones seems like he's super interested. So if he wants to drop a question, then we'll chat in DMs.
There you go. Well, we appreciate you, Mark. This is exciting stuff. I mean, it's really nice to see the RWA market continue to grow. The numbers are there. It's apparent. It's coming, and it's coming fast. So we appreciate you, Mark. We'll chat soon.
Thanks so much for having us. You guys are killing it as always.
Thanks, brother. Peace. All right. Well, there it was. That was the ICM demo day. Got a few incubations.
Gotta love my Canadian public markets people. Way to go, guys. Great demo day. Sorry,
Yeah.
Dom, didn't mean to cut you off. I was just so hyped.
No, that's okay. Yeah, great demo day. Let's get the man himself up, Mercy, to maybe cover a bit about his thoughts here. Mercy, we just got to talk to a bunch of the projects that you guys have been incubating. Maybe just tell us where your head's at, bro. We're gonna get some updates from ICM.run, but how do you feel about this cohort here? And you're muted.
First time on a live stream, eh?
I remember mine.
Always room to improve pitch. You know, I think that's like always the takeaway, right? I think it's really great that we're not an accelerator. You know, we're an incubator by process. You know, what it takes to bring an early stage team to market is not, especially if they're not tokenizing immediately, is not this rush of attention and this rush of capital and this rush of users. It's a slow burn, but it's real. And that was always my intention when I started ICM.run. I never wanted to go the fast, quick, easy route with short-term TAM. We always wanted to go the long-term route. That's why my thesis for ICM.run was that from the jump. But yeah, obviously I'm impressed. I love these teams. It's cool to be able to have a few of them, because not all of them were here, but a few of them were here to be able to come up and share a little bit about what they're building and what they're doing, because I spend so much time with all these teams, an incredible amount of time, at least minimum 20 to 30 hours a week. I'm on calls with some of these teams. And it's just really great to like see them go from pre-product, pre-MVP, pre-early stage to like being actually able to like demo a product on a stream. Many of them were showing me mock-ups or showing me visuals, right? And as you'll notice, we mostly took bets on teams with strong backgrounds, founder backgrounds.
Yeah.
Really important to us. It's always going to be great guys that have great ideas, but very few people can bring those ideas and take them to execution. And that's the skill that I bet on the hardest, is like the team's ability to like bring a product to market, see it all the way through to liquidity stage, whatever that is. And yeah, obviously I'm excited about how they performed. A lot of good feedback for like their pitches and ways we can improve their pitch, and learning what value propositions are more important than others, especially as the markets change. But yeah, it was great. I watched the entire thing.
Let's go. Well, you're a soldier then, 3.5 hours there. So good job. That being said, can you tell us a bit about the process here that these incumbents had to go through to, I guess, get voted on and really be incubated by you guys? I know it's a pretty difficult road.
Yeah, well, you know, there's two sides of ICM.run. There's like the mentor governed incubator, and we have like a product studio side, right? So I would compare it, not the best comparison, right? We'll have a laugh, but like you have Solana Labs and Solana Foundation, right?
Okay.
Right. So you have like the team that's like a DAO that's like governed, right? That's designed for its purpose in the vehicle. That's ICM token, right? And that's the incubator that we're presenting. And those are like products like Dapital, products like Dominion, right? But we also have a product studio side of our DAO too, and that's like a representation of that's like Fair.club, right? Where we took a really active role from not even pre-MVP. I was talking like idea stage, right? So currently the way that the incubator works is projects apply. Typically, most of them are referrals for the most part, and then a little bit of my own BDing. I'll go to events and network, and a few of the other mentors will go and like BD and network as well. And then the process from there is they apply. We do a mentor round of votes, and it's kind of like a 3-stage process. They apply, mentors do a vote, and then we do terms. Once the terms are accepted by all parties, then we essentially move forward with the actual process of incubation. Most of the teams do get stuck long-term in between that mentor yes to term stage, but that's also because these teams want good cap tables. They don't want to take on a deal that's going to prevent them from raising traditional VC. So a big part of like our creative process with ICM.run is like designing deals that are advantageous for our DAO and our stakeholders of ICM, but also isn't putting them on a chopping block to our stakeholders and just to extract from whatever that product can bring to market. Anyone who's like ever rolled out a token will tell you that token holder would love for you to chop your own dick off and sell it on eBay so you buy your more of your token.
Yeah.
You know, but obviously we're in the position of building unicorns, and we want Dapital to go the distance. We want Dominion to go to the distance, and you'll probably start noticing that we have a focal point, and that focal point is how can we merge traditional markets with crypto rails, and those can vary in a lot of different ways, right? From Dominion, that's pursuing traditional markets, from Dapital, that's going to be, you know, going after not just trading products but also stock products as well. So it's, for us, it's all about how can we like express different ways traditional markets can merge with blockchain. But it's been going great. Obviously, we've obviously slowed down on accepting a lot of projects because we're just really happy with like the teams that we have, and we're a micro incubator. You know, we're not a fund. We're not sitting on, you know, $200 million fund with a 4% yearly management fee, right? Where we're just taking jet setting and, you know, all that type of stuff. We're a very gritty group of founders that are actively helping these teams ship product, take UI UX meetings, intros to angel investors, intros to other product teams, intros to partners. Like, you know, example, that's like Tessara. That's another team that we really got a chance to like express unique value proposition with. But yeah, obviously I'm really excited with the teams that we have at the moment. And for us to take on a new team at this point, they just have to be doing something that's like challenging what people are expecting in this market. Even a team like Dapital, I can understand why someone might perceive a team like that being in a saturated market. But the reality is that the mobile trading terminal environment for like tokens and stocks is actually not even remotely saturated. The only product that existed before FOMO was Vector. I was a power user of Vector. I mean, a power user of Vector. That product existed in the market for a short 9 months, did $90 million in volume, profit, profit, not volume, profit, and then exited after a short 9 months.
Take us back to that market, Mercy.
I want to. It's not up to me, boys.
Really?
but if you follow me on Dapital, you will learn that Mercy is not a LARP. Mercy trades a lot. I had like 9% of Shapecoin at one point.
What did you destroy the chart?
I took that shit from a 275K market cap to 70 in one candle,
bro.
And then it went to like what, like 3
Jeez.
million, 4 million or like that. But that's my trading style. I'm
old dev sell, quickly buy it up.
I'm a new pair trader. I only trade almost new pairs. Anything that's like pre-migration is like my trading strategy. But like I have a firm stance, and I push everybody in our incubator to be an on-chain participant. Like, we're not going to build on-chain products sitting from the fucking sidelines and having these armchair opinion thoughts on like how our products are going to move the market if we're not actively participating in the actual market itself. I spend a lot of my time actually hanging out with some of the top leaderboard traders on FOMO. I'm like very close with a lot of these guys. I ask them a lot of product feedback on products like Dapital, a lot of product feedback on like stuff that we're currently rolling out. Because if you lose your edge, if you like lose like your nose to culture, you're always just going to be investing in slop, and you're going to kid yourself into thinking that you're like moving the markets. You have to be
Stig moving to Dapital. What's Stig doing?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't really talk to Stig much anymore, to be honest with you.
He was leading the FOMO charge there and did really well. So.
Yeah, he was doing good. Yeah, there's a lot of people doing good on there. FOMO's a little broken in the sense because like right now, like it's so broken. I have like for some reason a 20K weekly P&L that I don't fucking know about. So like I don't have a 20K P&L this week, boys. So the app's a little broken. I'm like farming free followers on FOMO because they got me in these leaderboard positions that like I definitely didn't earn, you know. So I don't even know why that's going on.
We'll send you the CA then later, okay?
Yeah, please do.
So Mercy, I asked this question to Dapital actually, and you're someone who gets to see a bunch of projects come through the incubator. I think like your job as an incubator is kind of figuring out where the ball's headed next and where crypto's headed, right? You want to be a leader in that. So coming from someone who gets to see all these projects, what do you think is coming to crypto in the near future that's going to be super, I guess, explosive, important, and like game changing? What are you most focused on in terms of sectors right now?
we're moving away from chain dominance to like terminal dominance. So at the moment, like a lot of the big moats for a chain was the trading terminal that was built in like the trading environment on it. Obviously, we talk about Solana in that case. And what's likely happening right now is we're going to see like the cross-chain trading terminal edge that's going to grow. It's obvious to me that most centralized exchanges are just going to mimic what Base App is doing, which is essentially vertically building into decentralized products. So a lot of where my headspace at the moment is incubating the products that get acquired by those exchanges, right? I think for most of the products that we're incubating, exit is probably the direction we're going to guide them to. Now, of course, they make their own decisions. We don't have like clauses in our contracts with any of the teams that are incubating that they're required to do certain liquidity stages, certain stages. But most of our thesis for what we're incubating is like what can be acquired, what can be exited. Obviously, the positions that we have in these companies, once they're exited, we're sharing this with our stakeholders of our DAO. And that's obviously like our long tail mission of our DAO is like incubate great products that are acquirable, and then obviously liquidating those positions in those companies when they are acquired, and then sharing that value with our stakeholders of ICM. I think that what's going to likely end up happening is your OKXs, your Krakens, your who else, BitGets, all of them are sooner or later just going to have to compete with what Base App is doing, which is essentially just vertically integrating DEX. So that's one of those kind of catalysts I see. The obvious is like the traditional markets. Really hard to make that long-term bet at the moment, because I mean, if the Dems win the next round, right, this could all kind of like regress aggressively. Yeah. So you'll notice that we take a bit of like a 50-50 spread on trad markets and decentralized, and I think that's a good representation of ICM.run, of like we take this very serious traditional markets approach, right, but we also take this very decentralized approach as well. And I believe that these things can kumbaya on both worlds really well. And yeah, I think like I don't remember who it was, and I actually do remember, I don't want to like leak names, but at one point, a company we were working with, I was actually up on the stage. They got an email from a pretty prominent crypto VC saying, oh yeah, if you work with ICM.run, they're going to force you to launch a token. I think if you learn from like talking to most of the teams today, almost all of them right now, we're advising them, because we're keeping them very close to the conversation regarding the current state of token holder rights and token holder value, whether that's terms like ownership coins, token equity, private equity on chain, these types of conversations. We have not just reached the pinpoint of that at the moment enough to say confidently that we're going to advise any of our teams to launch tokens. When we launched a token for ICM.run, we knew this was a speculative token. We always knew that the purpose of the token was always meant to be a DAO, sharing value with the token holders and the stakeholders of that token. And that is the utility of our token, and its purpose and its existence is as a DAO structure. Most of the teams that we're incubating don't have that model yet, kind of really sought through. That makes sense for us to go down that road. I do think there's great things with like revenue sharing that I think is really impressive. I love what Collateralize is doing right now with what they've built to do kind of like what you could call like a boilerplate configuration for launching a token for value shareholders. But we're just still at a primitive stage, and we really don't know where it goes. I really like what Tessera's doing. Like Tessera's doing a loan product, right? They're really not offering a security. They're not coming to you and saying, you're going to take a security position. They can't say this, but I can. If you had participated in Tessera, you'd be up a clean 30, 40x across all your positions, right? That's not really exciting to most people, but with people with size, it's a great thing. You know what I mean? And people who like really want like to participate in those types of opportunities. And I really love primitives, like things like that, where we can like merge these markets using crypto rails. Fair.club is a great example of that, because they do safe T rounds. Like Dominion's doing a safe round, right? Traditional equity round, but it's unruggable, right? And that's something that also I'm always pushing Studham to talk more about, because that's something that also is unique. Because if you talk to like most angel investors that invested in any type of token warrant deal or any type of safe round over the last 3 years where their money went, they would all tell you that shit's just gone. You know what I mean? It's just completely pissed away. And it blew my mind that as we're building Fair.club, like, because we're trying to model this off the traditional equity raise models, like what Echo had done, and even like platforms like AngelList had done. There weren't even like really strong investor protections there, where there's like kind of like a treasury management software where you could transparently see how much money this company had from their raise, where it was being deployed, where it was being spent. So a lot of the things that we try to explore with ICM.run are try to explore primitives where traditional markets meet crypto, while also favoring decentralized products as well. And I think like we're staying in that middle ground to stay nimble, because we really obviously don't know what the next 2 years entails for this market, but a lot of word salad to say. It's been a lot of fun.
No, I think you're spot on with this. One thing you mentioned is, the goal of the DAO is always driving value back to these token holders, and the DAO itself. How are you guys managing to do that? How does the structure look when you, I guess, incubate some of these people? Do you get a percentage of equity? Like, what does that structure look like?
Mostly revenue equity option. So we mostly do revenue deals for most of the teams that we're tokenizing, at least the ones that are revenue focused. And then it's like an equity option if there's an exit, essentially. So like it's like X amount of revenue, there's X amount of equity. We will be also doing a disclosure document kind of outlining which teams we have done and which deals we've done with them as well. You will have to be a stakeholder, a holder of ICM token to be able to see those disclosures as well. So obviously we want to like share that with our holders as a primary focal point, but we're doing mostly revenue equity options, meaning that in the sense that if there is an exit, there's a certain amount of revenue that's equal to a certain amount of equity. And there's also like deals like liquidity stages. So there's like option contract that they can like liquidate us earlier on if they choose to and they want to. Some teams like Dapital that are going to go the distance, like have the potential to do a Series B and a Series C down the line. They obviously want to position themselves to have the clean cap table to be able to do that type of stuff. If you speak to most of our teams privately, you'll find that we're very favorable to their long-term success. Even deals that we did with Tessara was very favorable for Tessara, and not even as favorable for ICM.run, mainly because it's like you have to earn trust in this market. And one of the things that a lot of people miss when they're starting an incubator or a fund or an accelerator is they're very quick to capture as much value as possible, but they miss that founders talk to other founders. And it's the goodwill by the work that we've done by teams where we weren't extracted that has led to some of the best deals that we have and we're working on today. Even deals that we did earlier on with like teams like Justin Waldron when he was building Played-Off Fund. These were not very favorable deals for ICM.run in the early stages, but we knew it was an important process for us to earn trust in the market. And that work that we did up front that didn't pay off great has paid dividends now, for the teams that we've been able to take on.
So, it feels like we're in this quiet stage of the market where a lot of the building gets done. And then I think when the market picks up, you see a lot of the fruits of your labor being really rewarded. How is the pipeline looking for you guys? You had a ton of inbound interest when you first launched. I'm assuming that's probably slowed down just from the nature of the market.
I wouldn't say it's bottomed out, but it's mediumed out. Maybe is a better word. I'm finding myself having better luck just myself going to events and BDing events. I go to New York City a lot. I go to a lot of events in New York City for like TradFi meets crypto events. I hang out with the Binance Labs team a few times. I got a chance to meet a few projects. One of the teams that was presenting today, they obviously didn't announce it, but they're part of Binance Labs. One of the other teams we're incubating is part of Solana Incubator as well. Sorry, Easy Labs now. Sorry. So we tried to find synergies with other accelerators, other incubators that have a value alignment with us, and Easy Labs did with one of their products, same with Solana Incubator as well. We do push all of our teams to still apply to all these other accelerators and incubators. That's something we aggregate for a lot of our teams. Is if we find there's a grant program, we tell our teams, we get them to apply. We find there's a new incubator, a new accelerator, we get them to apply. We push all of our teams to apply to like Monk DAO's incubator, Monk Foundry. That's another really great ecosystem too. You guys should like definitely do a demo day with them too. I don't know if do you guys talk to the Monk Foundry guys?
No, we could use a warm intro though.
Done.
We would love that. We also missed the Mountain DAO thing. I didn't even know that was going on, but like, man, we were having like parallel, like, I think it's a great setup because like people do their pitch and that's what they primarily stream, but it's kind of
Alliance DAO was doing their demo day while we were here. They were doing their stream for Alliance DAO with Leap. Actually, he was there in person in New York City doing.
Oh, that's cool.
Too. Nice. Yeah. It's just nice to have like these more casual, like, side chats, like, especially when we know nothing about the business and we're not close to it all. It's like we come from a completely third party, like neutral take, a curious take. A lot of the times we're curious and our questions aren't necessarily softball questions. Like we're kind of going layers into a business, trying to understand it because, if we find something that's interesting, we want people to know about it. We want to, guys, like this is something serious here. You should pay attention to it kind of thing. So
I also think it's nice to, the average crypto trader isn't really discovering a project until it's live. And then I think you said really well, you got like, you either ape first, research later, or you do like the fastest research you could do in like 5 to 10 seconds flat. You know what I mean? And I think
Which
that
leads to bad decisions 9 times out of 10, to be honest.
100%. Or you sell too early, like I did with Shape, right? But like the point that I'm trying to say is that like how I want to trade is I want to track early stage products. I want to track them. I want to keep up with them. I want to be able to like make when I see like I'm in bed and I'm on FOMO or I'm on Dapital or wherever I am, and I see that token's live, like I know I'm sizing, because I know this team, I know who they are. I've been tracking them. I've been keeping up with them as well.
Right.
And that's not to say that any of the teams here will or will not tokenize. I think many of them would if there was very better, clear like regulatory framework for this stuff, and there just really isn't.
Yeah.
And that didn't matter a
Well,
year.
sometimes like even on the TSX Venture, so they raise at 4.5. If they get, underwritten close to that, I mean, the volume is so thin on the venture that you get a few people who start selling it, and it's right back to 4.5. Well, now you know the founder, you know the team, you're tracking the KPIs. You're like, hey, let me call it my brokerage account, size in, $10,000, $20,000. And we know the DAT companies on the venture exchange have done extremely well. And some of them have gone on to even get listed on the NASDAQ. But yeah, it's cool.
Commodities are underexplored, in my opinion, especially on blockchain. I think it's one of those things that like, it seems incredibly boring, but if just speaking to all the viewers here who were like, don't keep up with commodities, because I'll be honest with you, I was really new to commodities as Dominion was presenting itself. I was tracking it. It was an area of interest because I was really getting interested in like public markets and where it meets crypto, and just commodities just happened to be like a subcategory of my like research there. But to really put it simple, the business of making a bet on that is the bet of traditional capital that is not being moved or is idle and being unidled. And that's really the opportunity when it comes to commodities.
Yeah.
It's idled capital that is being housed somewhere, now getting integrated into an ecosystem where it's unidled, where it's being moved around. And if you want to take and abstract that to how that applies to crypto, it's like crypto trading products, right? Idle capital being moved.
And it's totally blue ocean too, right? Like tokenizing something like silver and then doing like DeFi stuff on it to earn yield and pay that back to users. Like no one's doing that. Like
Loop and Lend is a big thing right now for sure when it comes to commodities. I know a lot of people are interested in with DeFi opportunities. Obviously there's another team that we're, I can't say we're incubating at the moment, but like I'm hoping we close the round of incubating with them called Spout. Mark's an amazing founder. They're doing delta neutral trading strategies with public market products. Really cool team as well. And like that is the bull case for TradFi meets crypto. Obviously, things did not pan out as great as I was hoping they would with the Clarity Act and some of the other current litigations that are going on at the moment. It's actually just week by week becoming a little bit more bearish actually. But shout out the bank lobbyist industry. Like their size is not our size, boys.
You're telling me you're not competing in the lobbying efforts against these banks?
Oh fuck no, dude. No, not at all. I went to a TradFi.
How so not bullish? Can you give us a little TLDR on it? I think people are looking at it, they see all the announcements, but they don't understand the implications here.
Well, it's like, God. It's like one of those like 2-second questions for like an hour-long answer. I'll give you like the simple bear cases for it at the moment, though.
Give us 2 scenarios: bull case, bear case. Where does it land?
Well, unfortunately, there's no bull case at the moment.
At all.
It's not looking good for my interests. You know what I mean? My unique interests.
On the capital raising side interests, or just in general? Like, are there elements of it that you think are valuable that are moving? Like, is it tokenized equities in there that is interesting? Like, give us some highlights.
Yeah, I think the prospect of private equity existing on chain, decentralized, non-KYC is a prospect that's not going to happen in a timeline that's compliant and long lasting. You will see, and I remember saying this back in November, that we were probably going to see a lot of slop around that subject matter. Not going to name names, not going to say who's who and who's doing what, because I don't want to we don't know is the truth. But from all the compliant opinions that I received at the moment, it's not looking like those are going to be very long lasting. And the reason for that is because a few different reasons, but the main one is that there's going to be no scenario where the feds are going to be up for an argument regarding if something is or is not a security when terms like ownership are used. When it comes to the Fed and the SEC cracking down on things that are unlicensed securities, they don't follow this traditional litigious process that you have with your state government. When you use terms like if it sounds like security, if it barks like security, it moves like security, if the buyer perceives that they're getting a security and they think that it sounds and feels like a security, it's going to be fought against that it is a security. And until there is just a very clear roadmap provided by the SEC for what is private equity on chain, there's going to be no scenario where you and I are trading on FOMO, buying unregistered securities of private companies and shares and tokens of them. And that has staying power, because that's the value, right? Because the reason why you want to trade private equity in a company is the speculative value of the private equity. So for swing traders and people who are swing trading, that's very valuable, right? But the actual value proposition is getting into Anduril before it's fucking Anduril, getting into Anthropic before it's Anthropic, right? Getting into these companies before they get to those types of stages, right? And that won't happen is where it's looking. There's not going to be a scenario where you buy private equity of a company completely centralized.
Oh my goodness, insane.
It goes public, and now you're transferring from FOMO Dapital to Robinhood, and you're receiving shares, right? You'll see a lot of like middle ground products, right? And I think that's why I focused on Tesara, is because they just focus on the liquidity moment in between pre-IPO and IPO as a loan product. That makes a lot of sense because that appeals to traders. They're short-term minded anyways. They're not here to hold a company until it goes public in most instances, right? So that was very appealing to us as an incubator, because we're like, we know that this will resonate with like not the whole trader base of crypto, but like a small, and the other bear case at the moment is that, banks have an unfair advantage of being first movers, and they're not going to give up that, the first mover advantage to crypto exchanges. They don't want a environment where they're earning yield. So if anybody's not familiar with how like traditional banks earn yield, they have treasuries they earn 1%, and they give a very small, and almost usually none of that percent of treasury value to the actual participants in the bank, the actual people who are
very lucrative.
Yeah. So the way USDC works and USDT works is they obviously take they're backed by US treasuries in most instances, right? And they take that yield that they get from that and they pass on the majority of that to the holder of it in this instance, right? And that is where most of the yield is coming from when it comes to stable coins. But what's going on right now is like the traditional banking industry is like, let's try to fucking shoot these exchanges in the foot so we can get a little bit of lead time to catch up at the moment. And that's what's currently happening with like Clarity Act and everything like that. It's just being completely lobbied against the traditional banking industry, which is just butchering the deal and the opportunity at hand. Regardless, none of it really matters because it's still not going to change what I was bullish on, which was a world where we can trade private equity. I am fucking certain there's going to be 14 or so people who will DM me and comment saying how we're doing it differently. Here's why we're technically different. Here's how we do this in this technical way that, just skirts under the line.
Yeah.
But it won't matter when you're talking to the SEC. Really it will not matter, because if it barks and sounds and feels and the user is participating in the instance to get access to equity in the company and they feel like they're getting it, it's going to be a security, and it's going to be an unlicensed security. But I'm obviously still bullish on these other middle ground areas, and that shouldn't be a bear case. It should just.
So what? It's a security. There's holder protections there. We like that shareholder protections. Why can't it just trade? Why can't they allow the trading of it? Like this is the thing that I never understood. It's like the Howey test is great. But the problem with the Howey test before is that you're just like, if it hit that threshold, there's nowhere you couldn't have it trade anywhere, right? You couldn't have it exist, but why not just let it exist? I don't understand why. Okay, it's a security, great. Now there's legal protections, great. But now it's a token, right? It just trades somewhere.
You have to know who holds it. That's really what it comes down to. So the moment
so you have a KYC system, fine. Now we know who holds it.
How can you ensure that when it's on a DEX?
I mean,
you can't. So right now,
I don't know. Surely there's got to be a solution to this problem.
Me and Soju spent time on this, man. I should host Soju one day and ask him about how we tried to solve this problem on a Meteor level, like a product Meteor level. We really tried to do this, and really what it comes down to is the moment it exists on DEX, anyone can participate from any country, from anywhere in the world, and that immediately breaks the KYC laws. It just immediately stops that, from occurring. And we try to create these systems too, where okay, in order for you, like maybe you own like a derivative token of that position in order to claim that position.
Dude, I've done private equity investments before that ended up going public, and it was for in Canada, it was for a weed company back then.
Hell yeah.
And I gave them my name, they had my address, they had my information, but it's not like I uploaded a KYC document anywhere, right? I was a listed shareholder on the cap table, and then when it went live, CompuShares, sent me the digital receipts for my shares, and then I uploaded it into my brokerage account. At 0 point during that whole process did I send them a photo of my passport to do a KYC.
Yeah. The question that
this is what I'm saying is like there's just no actual limitations. These are more mindset limitations than actual real limitations.
Right. So let's just also clarify another thing too. I talked to Rambo a lot about this from our DAO, who helps us with a lot of these types of conversations. There is no right or wrong. It's how long you can prove your point and how long you can fight to prove your point, right?
Yeah.
And what legal connections you have. The other thing too, crime still exists. Maybe you shouldn't be saying that in a public forum, right? Maybe you did participate in something that shouldn't have happened. That happens all the time. You know what I mean? We're not really here to tell someone that they can't do something. Like it's not possible. It's anything is possible. But also you can break the law, So where I'm leaning into this is from a incubator standpoint, we're just risk averse into something that is likely going to be something that is completely illegal.
It's just frustrating. I mean, we've been dealing with this for 10 plus years, and it's just annoying at this point. It's just make a decision. Let's see the rules. Like, let's move on in life. Honestly,
either fuck us or don't. Right?
Those rules for us is not going to be this crypto industry. It's
I understand it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's the problem. And what it's created is this, like, you're right. These weird models. No one knows what's what. It's like an absolute shit show, and it's like let's move on in life. Let's help people fund businesses, and people found businesses, and the best ideas win. Like, I know it's not that simple, but like it can be that simple. That's the thing, is it can be that simple. We just gotta figure it out.
I could talk more about it, but I think
anyways, we don't need to get into it, but it's just like, holy shit.
Yeah.
I promise you, nobody else wants that more than me. I would be doing really well in life if that was possible today. But
Dude, all Atkins, get it? Let's get it together, fam. Honestly,
it's likely going to be the NYSE and their tokenization platform. It's probably going to be Robinhood. I don't know if you guys keep up with Vlad and what he talks about. He's been talking about like tokenized private equity since 2012. And the reality is, it's going to be one of those people that are very well funded to be able to fight this long enough, similar to how Uber rolled out, broke a lot of rules and removed a lot of the pillars that existed and broke a lot of laws, but the pillars that they propped up were too big to tear down. And then everyone had to move in afterwards is likely what's going to be for us, the rest of us here. It's probably going to be Robinhood or somebody else that's going to go break the laws, go remove the boundaries, go remove the pillars that are holding up the traditional finance system. And it's going to be so good. And the new pillar they replace is going to be so much fucking better that the existing legacy system can't remove the new pillar. And they're forced by demand and the ease of finance to be able to allow for this. And I would argue that that's probably going to be similar for us.
We're even starting to see hope in that, right? Like Kraken getting a piece of it acquired by NYSE, OKX, and the NASDAQ. Like you said, Robinhood leaning towards tokenized equities and like kind of taking that front here. So like, I feel like this has come off a little doomer and bearish, and like, but there are people that are interested in it. There's clearly appetite for it, and people are trying to like figure it out. So I don't know. I think I would give credit to the NASDAQ and the NYSE and Robinhood and some of these people, because I think they do want to crack it and they're like eager to figure that out, but it takes time. So
it won't be. I know it won't be me who's rewriting those rules, and it won't be Icmrun's going to rewrite those laws. But
neither MCG either.
The moment the pathway exists, like I got a backed up septic system that wants to go through it, and it seems like there's many others as well that have a backed up system that really wants to go through that pathway. And
we all want the same things. We all want to follow the law, and we all want to be successful. It's like let's just get it done. So
I think we got to do another demo days, boys. Though I'd love to see the Monk Foundry guys on here do a demo day. I love those guys. They're beasts. I'd love to see maybe even like Solana Incubator do a demo day here as well. Like,
yeah,
I know it's so lame to some people, demo days, but like I love demo days. I don't know. Maybe it's obvious I run a fucking incubator that I like those products. But yeah, I absolutely love these. And it just feels like in a world where we're constantly trading new pairs of this latest AI product, there are really good builders here that are putting up their own money and their own time to build stuff that they think is going to go the distance. And
totally. And if you're an 18-year-old kid in university or taking business school, like, you should be listening to these streams because you'll learn a lot from founders. You can ask questions about business in the chat. Like, this is like a university business degree just coming on here for 3 hours. So
what are you guys currently seeing right now? So I mean, like, God, I mean, from April of last year to today, so much has changed. We're coming up on a year since, like, I feel like we've like interacted, right? And we've like interacted together, right? Back from the BBB days, rest in peace, you know. Like, it's a lot has changed in the markets right now. Like, shout out Cled. Cled's holding up really great right now. I love what he's doing in the moment too. And I think, like, despite the massive drawdown that's occurred, he still shows up and fights every day when he has every reason to not. And I love that about him. Same with Bobby from Dupe. What are you guys seeing from like that legacy group right now? You know, and like, what would you guys say to like those old school Believe app founders that like went through that treadmill and feel like they got spat out? Like, what's the new thing at the moment? And if the answer is not, like, I'm curious what you guys think. Like, what's the answer?
Dude, I mean, look, I think that birthed kind of that was like the inklings of what we're seeing people try to move into now. Unfortunately, we haven't seen someone really do it in a big way. Like what Believe started, no one's kind of finished. And I think everyone loved and rallied around the Believe vision of, okay, super early stage companies coming on chain. You guys actually have some like perceived upside in them. That ended up not being the case for a lot of them, right? And so like from that, we birthed the Soars, we birthed the Streets. I even think without a bear market and some of these poor protections, we wouldn't have gotten a MetaDAO, right? In the version is. So like we've seen really good stuff come from it. I just think now it's dependent on market. I think we have a lot of things. And the example I continue to go back to is if you look at MetaDAO, if you look at Star and some of these projects, you have assets that are fundamentally like literally, if you look at their book value, they trade below it. And I think that just goes to show where the market's at in terms of like fear, that there is zero risk whatsoever. And like, we're completely risk off all like to the point where we're seeing things trade 20, 30, 40, 50% below net asset value. And so then they're forced to liquidate. Right. And so I just unfortunately think the market's not really even interested in bidding anything, even if it is quality, which is why I see something like an incubator, like ICM.run. And it's like, even though maybe inbound's not as hot as it was, it's definitely a lot easier to separate the wheat from the chaff because there are people really building quality projects here in the bear market. And of course, like we said, the fruits of their labor will hopefully get reaped as the market turns around. You know, I wish I could say we've seen something come out of the Believe era that's been like super game changing. I'm very excited for Street. I am really excited for Street and what they're going to do. Again, just like comes down to SEC and legal compliance, and everyone's just doing the workaround for equity. I don't know. I don't really know how to answer your question, Mercy. I think I am hopeful when I see TVL of RWAs completely rising like rapidly. I'm really hopeful when I see what Hyperliquid's doing with oil and tokenized metals, and like they managed to really actually eat a significant portion of the market that's being traded. And it's like, wow, there is a massive appetite, not only from crypto, but from like traditional finance and retail outside of the crypto bubble to like trade on the weekends and trade volatility. And so that's been the most hopeful thing for me. It's just, it's just, I think, again, a matter of clarity and legalities, which sucks. Like, I wish it could just happen.
I have nothing to add other than that. I
feels like 2023, doesn't it? Like market wise, like it's 2023 is hell right now. The only thing that's nicer is you can build in the US, but it's still a bear market.
Still a bear market. I think we're close though, Mercy. Like, and now I can talk about macro maybe after you're off stage, but I do feel like we're kind of at that low of the market here, kind of if you want to follow 4-year cycles, front running 4-year cycles, like it tends to happen like by a month or two every time. And just Bitcoin's at previous cycles, all-time highs, as well as a significant dip. I just feel like also met with all-time lows in terms of sentiment on chain. It does feel like we're kind of at that bottom point where things start to turn around and you start to get
and Crypto Jones, AI meta is still strong. AI project optimized ICM ownership models. Like
that is exciting.
AI 1.0 was, hindsight was they were very primitive. kind of LARPy stuff. But there are some interesting things happening on base now with AI that I think are really fascinating.
A lot of the banker stuff. Yeah, I trade the banker.
Yeah, the Bags app claim fee, kind of thing attracted some open source developers that magnificently kind of imploded. But there's still a little bit there that's kind of interesting. So, yeah, I mean, open source software development is like, I think that's a really acute use case for crypto because those people make no money. And B, it's like, no, it's not a company. It's literally just a GitHub repo, right? And, you could say, well, what happens if the person gets hired away or whatever, right? But
that has been a great question that's come out. Like the claim your fees, bro stuff, like frankly sucks. Like no, it gives a bad stain on the crypto atmosphere. It like makes us look like idiots. But I will say it has been interesting to show that, okay, wait a minute.
I've got like $9,000 on BagsApp right now. If I wanted just to sell out right now, I could just go grab 9 bands on BagsApp. I just refuse to touch it because I know what happens right after you do because I've seen what happens.
The mob will come for you, bro.
Oh yeah, they already have. Jokes aside, I was gonna say, memes are doing good. Memes are still fun. Viral meme coins are still hitting like that 4 mil market cap, those 5 mil market caps. Like they're hitting those like. And they're not these like quick to 5 mil and then down only. We're still seeing like weeks of running up to like at least a couple.
Yeah, there's still some life in this market, as Dom mentioned.
Ecosystem specific.
We're seeing like those pockets of speculation kind of come back, whether it's like bags in January, February. But it's just like no one's the caps are 20 mil runner, 100 mil on Pigeon or whatever. It's still
ceilings are ceiling for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. I think just the top traders that are participating in this market have reached a confluence about where the top is, and it keeps going lower for a while now.
Hence why Mercy is 8 and 50K shitters on Capital. I saw that. I was like, what's this guy thinking? He's in the demo app doing 50Ks. I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah, I don't know. I love trading low caps. That's just like I spent so much time trading low caps all 2023, 2024, 2025 that like I'm unsuccessful at sizing in past 2 million or 3 million. Like I just donate my money every time I try to do that. So like I have
game is game.
Yeah, I've gotten incredibly like good at like scanning like low caps. Like I'm just like I have like such a strategy that like prints for me there that I just can't give it up. And I think like I think there's still a lot of people like me that are doing that too, and that don't think
still showing up to the slot machine.
Every day,
give
baby.
One more pull. Never know.
I think if you're going to claim you're building stuff in this industry, if you're like building product or stuff that our crypto traders are going to interact with, and you're not a participant.
Totally.
You've got your head up your ass, like a complete head up your ass. And that's why I really like it's why I love Acid Dash and Moby Screener guys so much, because like, by the way, when I met him, he was like, I'm a top holder of Polycule. Like he literally told me I'm a top 4 holder of Polycule, right? Like I respect that a lot from a founder, that's someone who's like unafraid to participate on chain, because there's so many LARP founders in this space, like so many LARPs that do not actually participate anything on this ecosystem. They're just here to extract fees, here to extract money from the space. But I appreciate you guys having me. I know I'm a yapper. I appreciate you guys everything, and thank you guys for hosting everybody. I know it's grueling work. You guys did this from the kindness of your heart. You did not have to host these projects, and it really means a lot that you guys care so much. And I know that you guys are going to reap dividends from that type of stuff that you guys do for this ecosystem. Warm intros coming soon. I'll connect you guys with those guys that's talking. You guys gotta have Taylor on. You know what I mean? Like former Believe app, now leading consumer. So
we need to.
He was on 11 a.m. So I was like, we missed out on that one, but that's okay.
I'm hanging out with him IRL tomorrow. I'm gonna show MCG immediately when I see him.
And let's go as you should. Taylor's a sharp guy. That's for sure. Yeah. No, I think that's the next initiation for MCG is like Miami here. We'll try to get down, maybe do something with EZA, some sort of hackathon demo day. I think we'd like to do a lot more demos and hackathons. I think it's really fun stuff. Also, Super Team USA, I see you're excited about that. It would be awesome to get MCG in there and also, interview and highlight some of those projects too. What are your thoughts on Super Team? And we'll let you go after this, Mercy, I promise.
I'd love to get into Super Team USA. I know there's a lot of competition for seats. You know what I mean? There's no pool I have even for me. You know what I mean? I'm out here bag working for my spot just like everybody else. But I hope I get in. You know what I mean? It'd be amazing. But one thing that's great about building the Solana ecosystem is you do not have to blow Solana Foundation to get things done in this industry like you would have to do in other ecosystems. Like if you want to do anything meaningful in Base, like you got to put Jesse down your throat, you know. And like I'm just really not interested in like
not interested in that.
Throwing out like an ecosystem leader so people care about what I'm doing.
So much so, Mercy, that Solana Super Team USA is not even just specific to Solana, which I thought was pretty crazy.
I know. And that I think that Solana has a great vision for that too. The fact that like when I was even talking with Taylor when he just joined consumer, we had a call, which like I think consumer is a weird word, but basically means app layer. Like that's kind of what he leads, essentially just the whole app layer of Solana, right? Similar to what Pedro was leading as well at Solana Foundation before as well. But like, yeah, I think I'm sorry. What did you just say? I just lost my train of thought.
Dude, we're excited for Super Team, and I don't know. Are you moving to Miami?
Probably not. Probably not moving to Miami. I'm very happy being nearby New York.
No,
City.
he's in the hills with deer on his lawn and stuff like that. So.
I got groundhogs, baby, and I'm trying to keep them. You know what I mean? I'm too happy living in the hills. But thanks
All
for
right, Mercy. Keep an eye on MCG. We're cooking up a few things, but shout out to Meteora. Honestly, a lot of this is possible because of Meteora. Thanks to Trojan as well. So, appreciate these people that make it possible for us.
All right, Mercy.
Peace, guys.
See you, buddy.
All right, see you, buddy.
On that final note here, I will leave you guys with this, and I can even run through macro real quick for everyone. But we gotta throw it back to our sponsors. Trojan just dropped a pretty big update, so let's watch this. This is my first time seeing it, so we'll debut it with the squad here. Wait, let me reset because I want to make sure we get this right the first time. Okay, new Trojan update. Okay, that's pretty sick. Little update for the trenches. So what's going on here is basically you have a Telegram group, you can add it to Trojan and then see every time they tag something in there in a Trojan tab. So that's super, super cool. Kind of another layer, kind of that social layer we talk about. So they're getting into that a bit more, except for maybe rather focused on KOLs, more so focused on
This solves a huge problem where you see like 30 messages in your TG group. Now it's automatically on your watch list. Absolutely love this.
Yeah, super cool. So you can now track, in partnership with Token Scan app, you can now track calls from all to your Telegram and Discord groups directly within your terminal. Easily analyze, filter out bad callers, so you only get pinged for the gems. Connect your groups today. Very cool. Appreciate Trojan, as always. We've been going for a while. I can give macro top down. I don't know if I really need to. Maybe I'll do that in another stream. But
trade on Trojan with trojan.com/@MCG. So go set that up. Go set up your Trojan wallet. They actually have the best cashback, 45%, best referral, 50%. So look, the number one thing as a trader, you want to trade on a product that gives you the most in return. So go trade on Trojan.
Okay, Josh, I think that was a good demo day. We heard from a few really cool projects, and so we'll be monitoring the situation there. Anything to add, or should we just
Nope, guys, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Thanks a lot for listening. Crypto Jones, as always. We got King's Mentality, Maro 2, Darth Infernal. Appreciate all you guys. Who else? Statty Duster, Pierre for swinging by from Collat, Seb, Mercy. Appreciate all you guys. It's always great to have everyone in chat. See you tomorrow.